coffee pot. Excuse my coffee pot. Welcome to another wonderful day. Been hearing about all those earthquakes going on lately. Was it 4 earthquakes that happened? All over 5 on the Richter scale. That's some serious stuff within a 24-hour time period. It was all happening in a very short amount of time. I'm going to pull 5 cards this morning, and we're looking into why these earthquakes, why so many so fast. So I'm gonna let that energy build. I'm gonna let that quarry build a little bit before I even reach for the cards. That's my question. Getting some books together here. But I'll tell you what, before I even pull up those cards, something very interesting. I've looked at a lot of videos, and you may have too, of solar eruptions. And then I'm looking at videos of volcanoes going off. And I'm seeing how the eruption of the volcano, the lava flow, the way it's spilling, looks just like, very similar in my opinion, to our sun, to those types of eruptions that wind up happening. And I can't help but feel like we got a star beneath our feet. That's what I feel. That's one. There's two. There's three. Three Egyptian decks. Two of them covered with hieroglyphs on every single card. What's up, T Burton? Good to see you. What's up, Differently Created? Oh man, that's awesome. Let's do that. Boom. So, what's up over in Australia? Over in the Down Under. That's interesting. When I say the Down Under, I think of Alice going underneath, going into the cave systems, into the underground tunnels. See what happens when you cross continents? Oh, love you, bro. Oh, what is this? This is real magic. Stick around. Ultimately, if you're wondering how is this real magic, what are you talking about? All right, give me 5 seconds, maybe 7. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. I'll say it one more time. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. You are magic. Electricity and magnetism run throughout your body. And we discuss and share and provide ways for you to realize how much of a magician you are, how much of a shaman initiate you've been upon such a journey to become. Different things you've already been doing and already connecting with, oddities you wonder about and ask people about, and they ain't got no answer for you, not one. Because you're seeing more than they. There's a lot of things that are fake, there's a lot of things that are real, there's a lot of things that are distractions. But our ability to distinguish what is correct for us. Love believes all things, even the lie. How and why? Alright, so let's throw something out there. AI created something. Not exactly authentically real, but in my estimation, from what I see AI doing, is it's gathering information, puts it together, and presents the information just like any other intelligence. So it's another site of view, it's another algorithm of thinking, it's another cycling of processing to integrate and to learn from. The more that I can learn, the more I can enhance. In medieval history, there were different types of kings and individuals who went on campaigns. I can't remember particular names of who falls into which category, but I do remember distinctly reading how there was like this one particular general or king or whatever the case, and whatever army he killed and conquered, he would not use their weapons. Like whatever armor they had and whatever technology they developed, they didn't care about it. They didn't recover it. They didn't keep it. If anything, they might have recovered the base metal for their own operations, but they didn't use what they had conquered. And then there was somebody else that came in and they started using different weapons and technologies of the enemy on the battlefield that they had used, even though they conquered them, even though it was a failing method, a failing weapon of attack. This another type of general or another king saw when they went onto the battlefield, and they utilized, they integrated. And for me, the utilization and the integration, it's good to be aware of it, because even if I don't want to use it, shit, we can prepare against it. We can be aware of its existence. Somebody else is using it. So awareness to me, that's key. That's a huge thing right there. But we are pulling a few cards here. As far as looking into the earthquakes, all right. It's interesting. The first card here is Assad. And that is really representing one's importance and need to detach, to mentally still one's thoughts, to stop the thought process so as to intuit the correct ideas, so as to hear nature at a vibration that nobody else connects with. And one's potential can truly be limited with too narrow of a focus. When we are simply the effect of people's direction, we lose our own ability to shift and change to whatever circumstances are in existence. We do that. We are fluid. We are like water, and we're able to shift. We have emotions, and those emotions have a flow and an ebb. And so to be aware that those emotions are not who we are, but they are energy to help propel what we want to create in our own character and our own memory of who we are. And the good old saying to remember to allow ourselves to be in the world, but not of it. I'm in it, but I'm not of it. Let's get a better classification of that. I am in the world, but I am not affected by the world's circumstances. I have my ebbs and flows. I am aware of what I do. I have my stability and my focus in life. Is the world going to lose their shit? Goddamn right. If it's happening in a household, you can be guaranteed it's happening at a governmental hierarchy level. Just because they got quotas and papers and things to sign don't mean they ain't emotionally bereft. And truly, in this particular card, unity does not come about through the coming together of people. It results from the resolution of their differences into complementary and supplementary relationships. In some way, when I read that last little portion, I felt and sensed a connection between a lot of us light workers out there in the world, and the fact that we are shaking things up. You know, one of those earthquakes, you probably know better. You probably looked at the info better than I did, because I heard it from somebody when we were watching some things about it. But one of the earthquakes created more land, more on the seashore, more rocks. There's more land in one of the areas, creating more land. People fighting over land. We need this. We need the. We got some new land that just popped up. That would be pretty interesting, huh? What do you call that? Some earth workers there. Oh, y'all are fighting over territory. Let's just make a earthquake happen and pop up some new land there. Take that one. Leave them with what they got. Sound good? Wouldn't that be nice if it worked that way? There was a massive connection when I heard about the four earthquakes, and then I was like, yo, four earthquakes, four elements, four powers. The next card is the Warrior of Onyx, but it was upside down. And this has a meaning of unrequited love, jealousy, manipulation, cheating, overactive imagination, turmoil, moodiness, aggression, impoliteness, and neglect. Those kind of things can certainly cause a roughness. The environment will emulate very much how people feel. And one thing I know that we do is we, as healers, as earth or energy or wind or whatever kind of worker one may be, we are helping mankind by not necessarily being a part of the world, though we're in it. So we certainly want to contribute to the world being better, but we don't care much for living that lifestyle at all, living within that framework of things. Starting to see a difference of someone visiting and helping Earth versus someone who is going to stay here and be reincarnated and come back to life after life after life. And certainly on this world, doesn't jealousy, manipulation, cheating, overreactive imagination, don't that happen? Don't that happen on the big side of things? The moodiness. Somebody's moody, so their emotions are going up and down and up and down. There's no control to it. And if you walk into it, bah, you're going to get hit by the emotion. That reaction, that word, that whatever particular thing that the person does to express their moodiness, leading to aggression, impoliteness, and neglect. Certainly, that's been a state of the world for a good long while. And wouldn't it be nice if that could flip to the positive of all of that? Though we're looking at these volcanoes, or not volcanoes, though we're looking at these earthquakes. So we can see that surely mankind as a large, they have stood resolute to a path of violence and aggression. They are not open to clearing their mind. They, at large, the world, they have an issue and they're going to fight that till it's gone. Unrequited love and jealousy. Overactive. I think of overactive imagination, and I think of people, what people think of me, just by some stories that people told me directly. Not that they were talking to somebody else, but they're talking to me directly day after day, and they got some story in their head of me being something I'm not. Something I'm not at all. The only thing they were describing to me was what they would do if they were in my situation. That's it. They put themselves in my situation and said, oh, if I had all of this attention, I'd be doing this and this and this and this. Fuck off. You don't even know my heart. Shit. Whatever you've been looking at, you just seen a cover of a book and you ignored every word I ever spoke or every tear I ever dropped. Observation's pretty important. When you know somebody's not paying attention, then they ain't going to catch things. That's not for you to trick them. That's for me. That's for me to be aware that this person is, if I decide to clean something or do some good thing, if I don't fucking point it out, they're never going to know I did shit. Ever. I already know what I'm working with. They are not observing nothing. So my behavior is my own. That's my own responsibility. It's not for anybody else or them or okay, I understand. I'm working solo here. I'm truly working solo. Doesn't matter. I'm solo. They're not observing. If I want a partner, if I want team, then I need to write it out. I need to say it. I need to make it clear as day. Other people, they pay attention. They see the little things. They'll make little gestures. They'll say little things. And that's awareness of observation. That's an intelligent mind. That's a mind that's been through things. People that observe their surroundings, they've been through some hardships in the past. That's why they're paying attention, because they don't want to go back through those hardships that they went through before. They don't want to get back into that fucking pool of experience. People who are young and simply chasing after the fun. Hey, I was there too. We all been there, you know. No qualm against anybody on that one. We all hopefully have been there. I would imagine so. But the young ones, they're not thinking. They're not thinking because they hadn't gone through enough problems yet. I scrape my knee. Guess what? I get up. Yeah, I got some blood. Screw it. I keep running. I scrape my knee 50 more times. No biggie. Not until some big accident happened. I saw somebody go through right in front of my face and be like, ooh, doing that might not be such a good idea. I'd rather avoid that accident. And behaviors change. Things we learn from past behaviors and we change rations. And as we grow wiser, as we develop in our life, and that could be at a younger age, that could be at a more advanced age, whatever the broad. When we learn quicker, when we pay attention to our environment, we tend to not make the same mistakes. Got one more card to pull on this reading. Though man has been stuck to one pattern, and that pattern ultimately is the excitement of aggression. And that has proved in some way to be reactive with the world at its core. The last cup we have is the Eight of Cups. Scandals due to love affairs or unfortunate choice of husband and wife. That's interesting. Unrequited love from the previous card, and then love affairs on the next card. When I read love affairs on that Eight of Cups, I thought of the government to ET relationships that exist. Government to government, person to person, idea for idea. You see, they were making friendships, partnerships, call them a marriage, call them a partnership. They were making contractual agreements saying, well, if you give me this product, I'll give you that product. It doesn't exactly work. It's a relationship, and you're going to get a lot more than a product. A whole lot more. Should have talked more. Should have found out more. But what was man aimed towards? Aggression. They were aimed at jealousy. They could not remove themselves from the situation and say, you know what? Shit show. Everything smells. I'm gonna go take a shower. You could win. Bye. They didn't do that. They stayed in the shit show. So while we are in the world, we're not of the world. We're not fighting their wars. We're not holding their picket signs. We're off in the shadows, speaking some whispers to the Divine Father and Mother and every single person and spirit of this world saying, yo, they not doing good. You need to do something. And they made the earth shake and tremble 4 times over within 24 hours. That's what I see. The earth is trying to get humans' attentions to say, yo, you need to change your ways. Man does not realize how much their actions and emotions are connected with our very environment. For all the types of energies that can be measured and all of that sort of things, the amount of ocean, water on our land, on our world, the amount of explosions, detonations, test firings, killings, all of these things, our world, we got a lot to make up for. When my mom was alive, when I was younger, she worked 3 jobs to take care of me and my brother. And there was something at some point where I became very aware of the amount of working that she was doing so as to provide for us. And I felt like I could never repay her. I felt like it didn't matter if I worked every single day for the rest of my life, I could never repay her. And I did work my ass off and I did give her my money. And in the end, it wasn't about repaying anything, but it was just being a friend to my mom, being her friend, elevating beyond just a son. Of course, I always be her son in her eyes. That'll never change from a parent to a child. Though I could grow up and I could start conversing with my mother before she passed away, she saw my brain was clicking, click, 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 so she knew she could pass on. She knew she could let herself go when that brain cancer and all that junk kicked in as it did. Okay, so at least as a parent, you want your kid to be okay, you want them to be taken care of, you want them to be provided for, you want them to be able to hold their own. In this world is a direct reflection that people have not been holding their own on a large level. They've been irresponsible. And that doesn't mean that we need to point the finger at anybody in particular, but we just need to pick up inactivity where they stopped, where they left off. We just need to pick it up. Whatever load, whatever burden, whatever work, whatever spiritual deed was supposed to happen that someone else with more power, mighty, and pomp was supposed to do, I don't care what the fucking reward, if no reward. We got to get that done. There's a very important aspect of our physical lives that goes hand in hand with quantum mechanics, spirituality, morality, and all of that good stuff. And I appreciate the people that come and view and hang out here for a bit because I know that we share these types of things in common. If it's not something you're perhaps doing, it's something you've been gravitating towards in one way or another. Maybe not some massive life overhaul or shift or change overnight. That's not usually the way it happens. And if it happens like that, usually there was a catastrophe or some type of massive accident. And that's never too fun. I remember this one time we got into an accident. Car flipped over and everything in the hospital. The best hospital in the whole state was literally like we were on the freeway right here, and the best hospital in the whole state was right here. We waited for the ambulance, and they literally just made a U-turn and pulled into the parking lot or the little thing and took us in. That was funny. That's funny. Would have been easier to just carry you, faster to carry you. All right, let's talk about something for real here. Let's talk about the reality. Let's talk about the reality of demons. Demons are not this scary shit that is in the movies, okay? That shit popping out in the movies. That's not demon. That's human. I'm not bullshitting you. Those movies, that's human. That's not demon. Let me explain to you demon, okay? We have a baby. When the baby's born, is it good or bad? Does it matter what the baby's been born from? It's a human baby. It's a baby. It ain't done nothing. It's innocent. That's the way we look at that. So when a spirit is born, let's just leave it like that. You could go into a bunch of different topics and discussions, but when a spirit is born, it's a baby. It's innocent. Okay. Now, if we take a baby, we're just going to put it baby. Human spirit, doesn't matter. Baby, new life. If we have a baby and that baby goes into a life with a family and the family pays attention and they talk and everything, and the baby grows up and they have into a person, they have some sensibility of communication and ongoings. They're personable. They're not crazy and chaotic, okay? Not on the norm. Some, yeah. Anyways, then we have baby B, and the second baby, they wind up getting ignored. They're provided for, but they're ignored. They wind up growing up, and they have abandonment issues. You ever known somebody that has abandonment issues? I've had abandonment issues in my past. And man, I tell you what, if it's not clinging on to somebody, I'm, punching them or something. It's not pretty, and it doesn't look like how you normally are sociable with another person. It's different. It's not healthy. It is not healthy. And depending how long that abandonment has happened, to that young one growing up all the years into perhaps a young adult, well, they're not going to be sociable at all. They're not going to know how to interact with anybody. They're going to be completely off the walls, and they're going to seem all fucked up. But they just need some love, and they need some attention to get over what they've been through, or a lack of what they've been through. A demon, I'm telling you, is the equivalent of a child with abandonment issues, and they need our help. They don't need to be seen as wicked and ugly and horrible. I'm going to tell you why a spirit turns on a human. I'm going to tell you right now. You see all them shows about the ghost hunters and shit like that? They going around poke, 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 poke at a spirit. And the spirit goes, "Ooh, you're talking to me. I need some help." And the person just goes, "Poke, poke, 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 poke." Poke, 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 poke. And the spirit's like, "Yeah, this is how we talk, like this. Do you understand what I'm saying?" And the person just goes, "Poke, poke, poke, poke." And that spirit goes, "Fuck you, you piece of shit." And they go ham on their ass and cause all types of problems. Just like somebody who was abandoned, if you come fuck with them and you don't help them, they gonna fuck with you hard. It ain't no difference. It don't mean they're an evil person. Look at their history. You're gonna understand why they act in the way they acted. Spirit's the same. There is not much difference between a spirit and a human. We act the same, the exact same way. We have the same emotions. We have the same realities. I just don't see the spiritual body so we don't see it so vividly. Some people, they have visuals. They have strong visuals. For me, I know what the other side looks like. It looks scary as shit. It does look hellish. Even the heavenly aspect, it looks motherfucking hellish on human terms because that shit does not have a physical true equivalent in our reality. When it's first seen, it's like, holy fuck, what the fuck? I knew. I I knew without seeing it. And then they they told me they were like you we're gonna show you, and I was like okay, like whatever, like I was like okay. And they showed me, and I was like, "Yep, yeah, I don't care to see it. I know. I'll be okay when I'm there, but I'm not there right now." So, and they stopped. They closed off my ability to see the other side of the veil. And I've talked to a few people who truly know what the fuck's over there. And I described, and they're like, and when you know somebody has seen the other side, it's the reason why people don't fuck with it and play with it. It's the reason why people they have these movies and shows and images and this is what a spiritual experience looks like. Fuck that. No, 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 no. You feel that shit. You feel that experience. Some people do have strong visuals, and that's because that's what their mind is connected to. That's what they're hooked up with. That's the spirit wants them to see something. But truly, we need more shamans in the world. That means individuals starting out as a philosopher, starting out with a good, curious question and saying, you know what, I don't care if it sounds Chinese or Hindu or Christian. I want to study about it because there's an answer I'm looking for over there. And I know it's in there. I don't care. I know what I honor. I can go explore another fucking region. It's like that whole Christian Bible God's like, no, don't go anywhere. If you learn anything else, you'll have a new friend, and I won't have any friends anymore. Please don't leave me. No, you haven't been doing what I told you to do. I'm gonna kill you all. Doesn't that sound like a fucking spirit with abandonment issues? That's control. That's too much control. They were left alone too long, so now they gotta control everything so it stays around them forever. Spirit or human? Love? As a mama? It is unconditional because I see something for what it is. I don't care what your title, I don't care the position, I don't care what it is you think you're the of. You could be stupider than a 4-year-old because you're making decisions based on your moodiness and your aggression. That means you are not equipped for life, and yet you want to be in the world and lead the world. Well, can't we understand things a little bit better? Do I got any new beads? No. I've been wanting to go to the store to get new beads though, because they usually have necklaces and stuff. But it's a certain place that I like to go to, so I don't know. When abandonment issues turn into avoidance, Inner Sanctum 666 mentioned. What's your thoughts on that? That means, my mind was putting a different reality on the first word. For me and for a lot of people, we wind up. I'm going to start here and then I'll answer your question because I got to get this out of my mind, obviously. Um, for me, like, for my personal life, for the times that I was ignored and just completely left, um, it there was a particular juncture. This is a process over many years, and there's a certain point in this process where I was in being left alone. I was able to identify the people that had been doing me wrong and hurting me, regardless of what I wanted, regardless of what I was seeing. But because I was all by myself and no one else was around, I could I was looking at everything as just what I was doing. Just knew how it wasn't like some spiritual journey. It just fucking happens, and it's the experience, and so then I really recognized that I did not want the majority of people around anymore. If I wanted somebody around, I was going to be very picky about who I have in my company or in my space or who I choose to be in their space. And that got to the point where I had one primary, and I don't mean anything negative, but they were older, like white hair or whatever, like they had some years, some wisdom behind them, I mean, all due respect, but I found a positive male, wise elder, and I found a positive female wise elder within the community. And so I go hang out with either of them, generally speaking, on any day, and they both smoked weed and they had weed. And I was at a time when I couldn't afford it or keep up with it or whatever, so I go hang out with them and we'd smoke and hang out and stuff like that, and they'd impart that wonderful wisdom and knowledge. And I'd hang out with them so much and so long, I want someone else to hang around with, or whatever the case. Or maybe they weren't home or around or whatever it was. And I had a couple of people I'd go hang out with to smoke weed if I really needed to smoke, and but they weren't the greatest of company for me. Okay, now we've moved past the personal thoughts on my own. But if one, but when abandonment turns into complete avoidance, one is avoiding being abandoned again. I've been through that myself. And to be able to recognize that we're avoiding the ability of being abandoned. Nothing can abandon us because we didn't let anything get close enough. We avoided, we kept pushing it away. So that's a reality. And in growth, in spiritual development, in seeking more for one's own life and saying, I want to live my life that moves into the expression that I've grown, that I've matured, that yeah, you know what, that was the past and I lived through that, but that's not the rest of my life. Guess what? I can get close to something and I can leave something at will. I play a video game one day and then all of a sudden I don't care to play the video game anymore. So I don't play it. I can engage something or not by my choice. And I can actually challenge my fears and I can confront them by living differently. This is why it's very important to know thyself. And I mention every day, don't follow me, don't follow anybody else, follow you, follow your heart. Because you're going to have that solution by learning how to fill that need to be confident, to be able to live as oneself is going to live, regardless of what happened in the past. So as to grow beyond the event that happened in the past. Then that gives one the ability to work with other people and spirits on the whole spectrum of things to be able to help anything and anyone we come into the environment of. And we already know what our specialty is. What we were hurt by, what we recovered from, that's our specialty. That's what we're an expert on. Why? Because I didn't just take a band aid out and heal myself. We cured it at this core of the spot. More than a band aid, we did everything that was needed. Fully healed, fully recovered. And now we have that formula with us. That's our unique talent, ability that becomes our purpose. And a purpose is not considered, at least for me, it's not considered work. Effort, development, progress, labor, but not necessarily work. I have this audio thing going on. It's binaural beats, so it has audio going on in the background. But YouTube doesn't pick it up as any copyright infringement, so I'm able to keep a meditative flow going. Plus, it kind of hears into here. So I put it on rain to repeat with nature sounds. Actually, not rain. I put it on nature sounds, like for birds and stuff. And I clicked the button, I clicked it, I saw it this morning, right now this morning, I put single repeat, just go back on the same one. But it went to the next one, and I think this one is rain or breakfast sizzle. But it sounds like breakfast is being cooked or something like that. So, no, I don't, but I would like that. That would be nice. If I had, I'd cook and everything if I had, but, I don't know. I cooked for years. Man, I got this sandwich. I'm gonna tell you about this sandwich. It's gonna whet your appetite. And I told somebody about this sandwich. I cooked it for them. They ate it. They freaking loved it. And we made money off of this sandwich. Like it turned it into a business idea. We made hundreds. Maybe we made money. Anyways, but they couldn't remake it. They couldn't recreate it because it's the energy from the self going into the food that makes the food have the pop and taste that it has. Anyways, so you can get like ham, turkey, or whatever kind of meat you want. Get whatever kind of meat you want, and get like provolone and Munster cheese. You know, a couple of different cheeses there. Something nice, something you like there. And we're gonna have eggs. Gotta have some eggs around. We'll have some bread, and then we got two different versions. We got a breakfast version, and then we have like a dinner version. And the breakfast version, okay, is French toast. Plain and simple. Your bread, you make it into French toast. For the dinner version, you're doing the same thing as the French toast, but instead of breakfast sweet cinnamon stuff,
we're going to add in butter and garlic, and we're going to turn it into like some garlic bread toast. You got me? But like the French toast with the egg and everything, but garlic toast. You got it. Okay. So then that's our bread that we're going to work with. Then we got our meat. We're going to fry our meat up, get it nice and like crispy, but not too crispy. You just right, still like undercooked, but not too. You got me right. And then got your eggs. Now you get your eggs and you cook your eggs just like just flat. What I do, I don't know whatever fucking words are. I crack the egg, break up the yolk a little bit, let it do its thing, kind of poach the thing, flip it over, boom. Now I got that nice little egg there. I'm gonna have like two or three of those guys there, and now I'm gonna take the bread, the bread. I'm gonna take the right, and then I'm gonna put some cheese and some meat and some cheese and some meat, some cheese and egg, and some cheese and bread to desired quantity of what you like. And that's what and then literally that sandwich is literally like a pound. It's a 1 pound sandwich. It's delicious. Oh, the last part is that you put it all together and then you put a lid on it so all the cheese melts. Leave it on low so you don't burn the bottom. It's delicious. Yeah. Sea tizzle. Yeah, pretty close right there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. Grilled cheese sandwich with bacon grease. uh, Sea Tizzle said, when a jewelry salesman sees you approaching their table at the festival, they know they're about to be able to close up early. I like that. I do sleep with my necklaces on. Uh, I say about every 3 or 4 nights I take this one off. I take that one off just for the evening, but generally. Carter asks, he said, how do I grow my spiritual side with control as someone who has done lucid dreaming with questionable results on the time? Carter, if you're still here, just let me know you're here, and I'll be happy to elaborate. Okay, cool, cool. So, like, okay. Now, in doing the lucid dreaming, I'm perceiving that you did the lucid dreaming with intent. You intended a lucid dream and you had results, but again, those results, albeit they happened, were questionable. So there was some type of consistency with misdirection. Like if we were aiming for our target, we were off our target, and that would have been the questionable results. Okay. If I've been correct to any degree, Carter,
the way that you grow and develop your spiritual side at this point is to literally start believing, start believing all aspects of life. It's important to be able to continue in one's life and be able to process another idea. There's people, I've made videos on this and they're like, yeah, I do that all the time, but there's other people out there and they've never even heard of the idea. Upon my spiritual journey, without reading a book or anything, I got this notion in my noggin. And I said, okay, I'm talking about something while thinking about something else. That happens regular enough without even trying. So if I can have an outgoing idea that's consistent and another idea that is developing and occurring also simultaneously, if I could do two at once, then could I have a second background thought running in conjunction, in with the other two events going on of thinking and speaking? Could I do this? I got to a point where I could do it. And then I became aware that this is an important ability on the spiritual side of connection because we're tapping into multiple frequencies, multiple understandings, multiple dimensional realities. If a AM, FM radio has, if FM has X amount of stations, AM has all of those stations, you think about the Bluetooth and the satellite and everything else running through there if you got the right receiver to pick up the information. And so our bodies, our antennas, very much in the same way and same manner. So we can pick up multiple receptions. And depending on which one we choose to focus on is what we're going to hear most loudly or experience in one sense or another. So at this point in life, lucid dreaming for you, what it takes is the awareness that you're desiring to do it, though the submission to allow your spirit, your heart, to control it. And your heart, if you ever fallen in love, your heart, it acts without your body's acceptance, without your mind, with your heart acts, fool, it connects. Fool, that's just the way it is. The heart does. The heart's going to do it. That's why I connect very often how the heart is the soul. Because the heart is truly the aspect that can change and shift and adapt and connect. And I don't care what your title or how you look or anything, my heart connects because you have a heart, and that makes us one. So, just to be very direct on the spot there, Carter, and after I mention this, please put any questions or whatever if you have them. But essentially, by being aware of what you want to do, yet not administering control over doing it. So, your dreams are memories. Your dreams are active, lucid dreaming, but it's allowing your heart and your soul to guide rather than your physical mind or thoughts. The mind becomes the observer. The observer is able to input data into the soul, into ultimately the hard drive. And so, like, you upload, if we can observe without dictation of events, then we can grab raw data. With raw data, I can understand some a nature of something. I can understand how ants work. Okay, but if I'm constantly poking a stick in the ground, I can't. I can't grab information on the ants, not raw data without my interference. I can get data, but it's all an effect of things I'm doing. It's not natural without a predatory or that kind of influence or outside objection. Now, raw data is most important on the spirit and for the soul, for the heart. And that's why I continually follow the path that love believes all things, because by believing, it changes one's reality. You already know that one. I want to talk about online scams. I've had my identification stolen because I believed somebody online for what they were telling me, and they had my belief, and yet I never saw a video of them. I never truly heard their voice, and I gave over sensitive information without ever making real contact, without ever actually seeing them. There's a lot of this that goes on in the world. After I started getting into this region of the online world, after my videos hit a certain number, I literally had friends and strangers messaging me asking me if I was real because somebody was getting messages from another account that had a very similar name as mine with one letter off, trying to scam them for money, asking for money for readings and all sorts of shit. And it wasn't just once, it continued for weeks. It's good to help people, but I implore, if you're going to help somebody, if you're going to help a stranger, look at their face, talk to them, see them, verify they're real and not some scamming agency. Make a friend, say hi, share some emails, fucking do some FaceTime. It is not, I don't even have a phone number. You can't even call me, but you see me every single day for 5 hours a day. There's something. There's something real there. There's a lot of shit going on in digital space. Just be careful. Be careful. Be very careful. Don't take people at their fucking word value. Pay attention to them for a while. See what they've been doing. That's why I got a record of my videos day after day, years going back. Before I was going live, I didn't have the ability to go live. Now I do. But I have the videos going back. You can see who I am from years ago all the way to today. You could see me crying. You could see me upset. You could see me happy. You could see me in every single state that I am of who I am. You can be very aware of what you're giving and who you're giving it to if you care to help me out or whatever the case. But be aware, be very aware of anybody that you're just going to send money to, because I have been a victim. They stole my shit. They stole my fucking social security number and all this shit. Hell, I handed it to them. How could I say they stole it? They swindled me out of it. Thought I was pretty smart for that age. I guess not. Regret. There you go. There you go. 65 fucking $1,000. 65 fucking $1,000. Damn. That's people. That's people's nature. They're gonna take something. They're gonna keep taking. They're not gonna build something new. They're not gonna gravitate onto something more. They're not gonna go anywhere. They're just gonna keep taking. And that's why we need creators, philosophers, inventors, developers, progressors, not waiting for some fucking brilliant fucking thing, but doing it themselves when it comes through to do. But all of that is really at the core of why I do what I do and sharing what I share, because we've all been on this journey of humanity together. We've all been misled in one direction or another through lies or deceit. I say we all have. Some of us didn't learn our lesson when it first happened. Some of us didn't pay attention to it. We were so kind, we just let it slide. The most I can do is help my friends, my allies, and people out there that have some kind of semblance of connection to not go through the same crap that I went through, or to stop repeating the same erroneous errors. I'm not saying that your behavior's wrong, or my behavior was wrong. We just didn't learn. We didn't know yet. Because we didn't know, that's why we kept repeating the same process. But once we became aware, well, we changed things as we needed to. Not because someone told us. They might have given us some good tips. We could have used those, but we had our own ultimate solution. Because you can create. When I grew up, the definition that was applied to God that I was told for years is that God has the ability to change into anything required for the solution. Like whatever the solution is needed, God can transform into that, fix it. That's God. That's and over my years, whether I learned of Shiva or Brahma or Vishnu or Durga or Sekhmet or Osiris, Osar, Heru, Ptah, any of them, Thor, Odin, all I kept seeing was the ability to morph into the solution. Like they developed in a like yeah, Loki could morph into whatever he needed to morph into, literally. But Thor's journey, it wasn't just the hammer, but it was his morals, it was his growth, his sight. Yeah, he had strength when he was younger, but he had to add some to that strength. He had to put some other qualities and virtues into there. The kind of Charles of Hercules. The Charles of Hercules is so he could learn different lessons, be fully aware of his situation. He was too close at home looking at one thing, and he had to get out and be like, ah. Nowadays, we could put a movie on or play a video game, and we could actually kind of get that processing. Here's a real spiritual truth in reality. I'll share it with you. I have received certain direction from the heavens within my mind, not external, and my heart felt it like I had to go somewhere and do something. I cried, I got angry, I lived this shit out. Not physically, but emotionally, because I knew what it entailed. And because I accepted it, because I emotionally processed it, when the time came that I was supposed to go, the universe was like, you learned the lesson already. We could go this way instead. Whoa. Some things we can literally learn without going through the event. This is possible. And this is why I believe that spiritual ascension can happen without trauma. Trauma literally fractured my mind and broke open my pineal gland. That's what trauma did to me. Mass hardcore trauma fucked my mind, broke that bitch open. What's in there? It's all floating in one mushy mesh now, like a caterpillar in a cocoon. It's just all one gooey mesh now. All that stuff is just and it coalesced into one reality, and that butterfly pops up in its true originality. A person moving from animalistic to human and ultimately to God, or I like to say divine. So animal to human to divine. That's the processes of human life that we literally go through. That's what we can go through. That's what we can experience while human, while in the same body. That's our growth. And to go from human to divine, it took trauma for me. It took my mother dying. It took losing my daughters. I say losing my daughters. I didn't lose them. They were taken from me. I was pushed out of that house and bullied, and they said, get the fuck out. And who's going to win? One versus seven. I don't have any money. I don't have a home. My mom just died. My whole family just said, fuck off. Don't come back around. And they are kicking me to the curb and keeping my kiddos and everything else I own. Sounds like a hostile takeover to me. I don't feel I lost anything. I I didn't fight for it the way people fight for things. I changed my strategy to a long-term game. I saw more than myself. I saw more than my own, and I saw how important the whole world needs to come together. We're focusing on our own problems individually, but we don't see how that is distracting us from uniting globally. We all got to keep looking at our own freaking situation, our own book of life, our own, and that's and there's different steps. There's things going on. There's things that have been going on, unifying, bringing people together, and all that good stuff. I've learned to do what I do because I found good success in that. Until other doors open up, then I'll be happy within the doors that I'm within. Yeah, that's for real. Uh, differently created. Yeah, had made a comment going back to what I was talking about. Said there's a particular speech pattern that scammers use. Yeah, yeah, there is. That's why presence is important. You can't fake presence. Is it AI? Is it a scammer? Is it a politician misleading and lying to me? Presence doesn't lie. If you can tell the sound of my footsteps, you know who I am at my nature. A regular presence is going to say, hey, I'm a bit familiar with this dude. I seen him kind of lose his crackers. I seen him fucking toss his marbles. I fucking saw the salad get tossed. Shit. You know what? At least I know what I'm getting into over here. I know the limits of what's going to happen. I'm not going to be freaking surprised with holy shit skills. I never saw that coming. But with people who come out and they're like here and then here, and I got this, and I got this, and I got that, and buy this and buy that, shit. You'll never see the person because they're too busy taking somebody else's money. That's why they can't be there present with you. Because they're never living in the moment. They're trying to protect their future. There's a long time in my past I said, you know what? Those holy scriptures, they literally say, do not. They literally fucking, for me, plainly state, do not secure your future financially by making a steadfast in this world. Be no part of the world. You're in it, but don't be part of it. God will provide everything you need. You're worth much more than a couple of birds. Society says make sure you get that 401k. Make sure you start working as soon as you can so you
Get that money. We're gonna take out some taxes, but don't worry, you're gonna have a house that's gonna last you forever. It'll just take you 80 years to pay off. What the fuck? They literally spin in two different messages at your ass. This is the way it used to work. Maybe you don't know. Government, like king and all that the king has, he comes in and he says, I'm gonna make sure nobody comes in and hurts anybody. I can physically defend this land and these people. So that's my role. And I get to do whatever I want with my land. So that's the king, that's what they do. But the people, they need some entertainment, they need some morality, they need some guidance, they need something in their life to keep going. We need some type of entertainment, some type of direction. So that's where the deal was made with the church, where the church comes in and he says, we're going to tell people how to live. And the church talks with the king, and the king talks with the church, and them two are in bed together. That's the marriage. Remember the marriage we talked about earlier in the cards, the unfavorable marriage that's causing fucking problems? That's where we're at. So the marriage was the king and the church, and one protects them and has control, and they get away with what they get away with, and the other one, they get to have some control and get away with what they get away with. But they were supposed to like direct the people, like they were supposed to complement each other. But now in the world, what I see is you got the government spouting one message of how to live, of how to operate, of how to do everything, and you have a complete opposite of the church, and they're fighting each other. It's like mom and dad are fighting. Not my mom and dad. The world, humanly crap. That's what's going on. They can't even get on the same page. They're supposed to be working together. They benefit each other, and now they're fighting. Do this, live like this. No, don't live like that. Do it like this. That would make sense of them earthquakes. Got two different forces that aren't getting along because there's a new way to do things. There's a new sheriff in town, and he'd be taking out the bullies. Put them in the stockade with the pigs, he says. No, don't hurt them, just let them live with the pigs. It's an esoteric lesson. If you ever looked up the esoteric meaning of a pig, you're very, I'll leave it right there. Somebody said they wanted to see a ritual. I do those at times, and if you go back, I've got the Invisible College on my channel, playlists, and if you go back at the beginning of the days of the broadcast, I was going over like an hour plus ceremony, so you could definitely be able to play those back. There's, I think today would be 77, 78, 79, so it'd be within like the first 15 or so. Um, they're all numbered. Thoughts on astral forces, Shanastaphi, that's ever present, continually ongoing. The dreams or memories, those are memories of our astral travels. Astral traveling is truly best directed by the heart, by the soul itself, not by the mind. Um, and these types of things are happening all the time. I've said this before, I'll say it again, but you're a time traveling motherfucking magician, you. And let me share exactly how you've done this so you can realize that you do this without even trying. You've been in a situation or a place at some time, and and you thought 30 minutes had passed, but it was actually more closer like to 2 or 4 hours. And you're like, holy crikey, whether it was at work, whether it was at home, whether it was doing nothing, just hanging out, whether it was hanging out with somebody else. If you go back and look at those circumstances, you were in an environment that provided some type of spiritual protection, some type, nature, structure, whatever the case. You got into a comfortable flow with somebody around you or yourself. That means you were in a trance state of being, and your heart, your soul traveled elsewhere and did other things while your physical body just jammed out and did what it did. When your soul jumped back into your physical body, that's when you looked at the clock and noticed a time difference, an anomaly in the time, because your soul, your heart, and your physical body, thus your consciousness, your ka, these two, your ba and the ka, are now having a conflict of interest because they were at two different places at the same moment. And you're like, how that I don't know how this goes that because you're a time traveling motherfucking magician, you. Yes, you are. This is how we do things. And astral travel, astral connection is not through control. It's the opposite. It's nature in action. It's nature in the process of growth. And if you've ever watched a flower grow, you can encourage its growth rate. You can put more sun, more nutrients, but you can't poke at it and say, grow, grow, grow. Let me stretch out. I'm going to make it grow faster. Growth doesn't work with force. It has to be natural. And that's the astral connection. That's the soulful connection. That's the magical reality. Magic, mathematical application generating incarnate creation kinetically. You are magic. And your ability to bring this into fruition is truly, it begins with your awareness. If you're aware of it, your whole future is going to shape like an arrow point. If you imagine the threads of your life wallowing all the way up, all the major events of your existence, and you put all that focus into one pointy tip, you can penetrate anything you need to so as to have success, so as to learn what's on the other side, so as to be aware, and thus affect your future. Because by being aware, we can change something that's regularly been occurring, like a Groundhog Day event. The same thing on repeat. Different days, same shit. Do I want to change that? Let me put my focus of awareness into one point, and it's going to create an idea in my mind. I'm going to do an action, and it's going to throw a wrench in that thing, and now I'm making progress. Now I can move forward. Now I'm not stuck to that same pattern. You know what? Breaking out of that process, as I mentioned, for me was traumatic. It was a traumatic experience. It was nothing that I did on purpose or designed. It was just the happening of my circumstances of life. But you can transform, you can elevate onto that divine connection without the trauma. That's what I believe. That's what I ultimately, that's one of the big things I work towards continuously. And on that accord, I wrote a book with the divine love language, which essentially like provides 129 different ways for looking at the way things occur. Um, and these are personal observations which I've had conversations with other people about. But you don't have to order it on Amazon.com. It is you can if you want to, but it's entitled Cetra, Setchra. And but if you would like, I'll put my email in the chat log here, and you can send me an email. I'll send you a copy of my book, PDF copy of my book for free, so you don't have to buy it. And if you do appreciate it or whatever, you could send a donation to my GoFundMe if you care to. It's linked to my YouTube main page. And if not, no worries. Not a biggie. We okay. What's up from Northern Ireland? What's up, Lee? Carter, definitely send me an email. I put my email in there. You put like, how do you learn more of the other plane? Um, and so definitely send me an email. I'll send you a copy of my book. I'll send you some links to other books as well. Um, and you can go ahead, yeah, there's some really solid books. um, I can connect you with, which will help you understand the correlation of your actions here to the correlations of the actions to the other side of the veil. So, which actually opens up a good avenue of conversation here. So, nice one, Carter. So, it's not about navigating the other side of the veil from here. That's what it's not about that. It's to be aware that you have a partner, a teammate, you have somebody on the other side of the veil. So let's give this some actual visual representation. You're at the center of the black hole, and they're on the outside. By being able to see now information naturally can't travel from those two places, but because of your connection, because of your heart connection, this information can travel. A, the heart, the soul, truly can break every single boundary and dimension. It can travel everywhere freely. It is not true. It is not restricted by anything. Oh, that's a funny. That's funny. It's restricted by the mind. Yeah, that's when it gets into a body and that body has a particular mind, then the soul gets stuck to that. That's why people are like, "Ooh, it's magic." No, anyways. Where were we? We were. So, what's actually going on? Here's the meat of it. To answer your question, which was, how do we learn more of the other side, the other plane, the other side of the veil? Okay, what we do on this side, on the what we do on the inside affects what's on the outside, and what they do on the outside affects what's on the inside. It's a ping pong effect, literally. Okay, and if we can literally bounce this ball back and forth without losing it, it gathers momentum, it gathers energy, it gathers potency. And that gets to the degree of being able to literally walk in multiple dimensions as a black hole from the inside and the outside. Funny. It's like one person's walking on the outside on top and one person's walking on the inside, and it's like backwards, but they never leave each other. It's not that one's at the center, but there's like a reflection of one to the other. And our actions here, they affect the other side. So when we get to paying attention to the omens, to the signs, okay, I say regularly, like People say things happen for a reason. Yeah, sure, but it's our job to figure out that reason so we can act in accordance with it so that we can walk. If we keep having a poke, then what if we take us and then we start walking? We start actually making progress. This is what people see as magic, is the footsteps from each one hitting, because we've actually gained momentum, potency, and energy, and so it's actually causing reality shifts to happen because of the coherence. There's a unity, an alignment within chaos. This is going to shift things. This is like throwing a mm, oil into the oil, or helping lubricate things so it runs smoother. And so that's why following one's heart is very important, because what you're going to be inclined to do from the spirit, from your connection on the other side of the veil, from the outside of the black hole, your connection there, like your direction is going to be different than anybody else's direction. It's going to line up with others for a good time, for a series, for whatnot, maybe longer duration than others with others. But to understand that one's path is their own, and that's why, while I may get suggestions and even at times feel like you gotta do this, you don't gotta do anything. You're free to do nothing if you want to. And but that's why I continually reinforce in myself, and that it's not for me to tell others what to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. I know my clues that I put together for me, and that's going to line up for me. It's not necessarily going to line up for others, and so I can respect that difference. I can respect that reality. Do I have to put effort into adjusting other people's reality to see my reality? Hell to the freaking no. Why? Because I've walked so far up Jacob's ladder that in order for me to go all the way back to the bottom and explain how to get all the way to the top, you know what? It took me 5+ years of banging my head against the wall thinking I knew better to learn that lesson, to get to that step. You think you're going to learn it by me telling you? Some people, there's a better chance of success. I'll extend my voice. Other people, there's a greater chance of failures. Ooh, I'm just not even going to try. I can't imagine this is what it uh, would imply. I can't imagine this is the question that they really asked, but I'm going to reply as I'm making sense of it, because I can actually make. Anyways, the question was by Topher Summer Latte. Shutting off yourself from the veil. Something was constantly happening. Talk more about that, please. Alright, so, like, I. The only way I could connect with shutting myself off from the veil, uh, would be not trying to control it, knowing it's there, but not trying to look into it. If I get perception of it, then it comes through. But I ain't trying to tap into it. I'm getting the omens in this realm, which could be yesterday there was a white moth that came through. A pure white moth. That was pretty interesting. I've had moths come through, but a pure white was pretty interesting. Um, Drawing cards, pulling the correct cards, doing readings for individuals, and they're like, yo, that was spot on. They didn't ask me a question. I didn't know their real name. I don't know where they are or anything. And boom, I just pulled cards and they were like, holy crikey, yep, on point through and through. Um, to me, it's learning how to walk blind.
by doing that, I'm not controlling the other side of the veil. The other side of the veil is like nature, it needs to grow. It's like I'm supporting the roots, and the roots are so small they can't even be seen. On the other side, they can see, they can take care of. Um, I've learned to listen very well, and so I can follow that guidance, that listening. Like, again, it comes through omens. It comes through much more than it's intuition, it's heart, it's gut, it's mind, it's believing what I see and knowing it was intended for me. Like yesterday, I've looked out the window at the leaves many times, but yesterday, I don't know if it was the light, and it happened it happened two times for sure. I look out the window into the trees, and I see eyes, I see a mouth, I see a face, clear as day, and I know that every single land has a spirit, has a consciousness. We would think, and call them borders and boundaries and whatnot, but there are spirits and they do govern land and what and who is on that land. A lot of people say, oh, the land is cursed or whatever because they've been experiencing similar anomalous realities within a certain vicinity. That's because of the spirit that rules that land. And a lot of times that spirit needs some workings with. A lot of times they don't need workings with, but they will give approval, and they will give sight to the one who's experiencing these things. And that's a precious gift for each one in their own time when they're able to receive and experience those things. And to me, that's the other side of the veil. I see it constantly. I hear from them constantly. People who hang around me long enough, they wind up experiencing things themselves pleasantly, not badly, pleasantly for their own experiences. And I've found that that's to be a regular reality, and that's something that proves itself on its own. And I don't need validation, though I hear it and I see it plenty enough. People, mm, I've heard people equate to pattern recognition, being able to recognize a pattern and being able to find its weakness or find its fault. In the moment, my mind connects with a mechanic, a really good mechanic, they can listen to that engine, they can listen to the sound of the car, and they know exactly what's happening or not happening. They know every creaking sound, positive or negative. They know that. And so they've paid attention to positive patterns, which allows them to be very aware when there is a negative pattern or an inconsistency that's going to jump out and cause that pattern to be disturbed. It becomes a natural recognition system without a thought process. When you work with something long enough, you're going to become very familiar with it. I had this analogy or I had this idea a long time ago and I applied it to my life and I never really stopped since. And people can disagree or say, whatever else, but I'm just going to give it how I give it. And if you put Einstein and myself in a room and you gave us the equation, Einstein's going to figure that equation out faster. Why?
because he knows all those symbols, he knows the characters, he works that information like the back of his hand, like it's there, right? For me, I don't work that stuff. I'm not that type of mathematician. I'm gonna be sitting there like, he already done with it. His regular working of knowing that information is going to allow him to be that fast with it. So, whatever I consistently choose to work with or consistently do on a regular basis is what I'm going to be fast with. It's the same for a magician, truly. Any real magician, like any magician doing a stage act, that kind of magician, not like not like real magic, but like a show kind of magic, sleight of hand. They become very fast. They do the same thing over and over and over. They become so fast that the hand is faster than the eye. Truly, truly is. And when you do the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over, you get very fast with it. And that becomes your advantage in life. I found that what somebody learned on that regard for their own, that's what they wind up passing down to their child. And they keep passing that same gift down, and that's why child has to be like father, because I have to pass this down to you, and if you're like me, it's going to run pretty darn good. For myself, I want the younger to create something better than what I've created or what I've figured or what I've gone on to. What I've done or accomplished or whatever the case can be polished, can be developed better, can be outdone by something else. Improvement is original creation. And original creation is just going to bring a regular, continual growth of something. Um, just like today, I can attest to that. Um, I was going to test it to technology, though they can just give it a new look and a different color, slap a number 12 instead of 11, and call it a new thing, anyways. But back in the day, in historical times, generally speaking, about every 5 years, there was a technological advancement to armor and that the knight would wear, or something that could slide better, move better, hold it together better, be stronger, protective, whatever the update was. Generally speaking, about every 5 years, there was some type of new little advancement that came out. And so there was a consistent flow of creation, and that's so important to our future, is that consistent flow of creation and not necessarily a repetition of an old formula, albeit successful, could certainly be polished, updated, and developed. And that's what each one's uniqueness brings into the world. That's how you are able to change something indefinitely to be a new first of whatever it is you came up with. There's plenty more. I remember when I was younger, and for many years, I looked at the world and was like, damn, there's nothing to come up with. There's nothing to do. They've come up with everything. I was wrong. They hadn't come up with everything, because there's a lot of stuff to freaking remember. There's a lot in that ancient library, man. The Akashic records. There we go. There's a lot in the Akashic records, man, and be able to pull you forward into. There's a lot of information to remember that physically lost, but all that information has not been forgotten. It was not destroyed.
Carter, I don't know if you're aiming it at somebody else or not. Whoa, that's interesting. Whoa. Okay, I'm kind of changing, but I'm gonna go back to you, Carter. Well, I'll say it off the top because I don't see it connecting to anything else, so I'll just mention it before I go on. Carter said, "Do they still talk to you the same way, like subconsciously, like they did to me?" If you're talking about like astral consciousness, like that other one connected with, yes, subconscious communication, which generally speaking is pretty, fluid and consistent when it's happening. But you know how the heart connects, and a lot of that can be massively felt, and so it's not always just the I don't. It's not always so peaceful of a transfer. Sometimes that transfer can be very emotional, and anyways, just adding that into the subconscious connection. That's telepathic communication, yes, and that connection with another one through love, through that heart to heart, through that soul connection. That's the connection I have with my mom. Like people can say it, I could say it a million different ways, but it's a connection I have with my mom that allows me this connection with the other side or whatever the case, and that's why I can trust it because in all the ways it's like my mom never let me down. And my mom told me, she said, "I will move heaven and earth for you." And she moved the earth while she was here, bro. She moved that shit. Didn't matter who or what, when or where. She conquered that mug. And it seems like she'd be moving heaven these days. Moving up. And then Taco Bell said, "That's strange because I rescued a white moth yesterday morning, and the white moth came through here yesterday." That was, yeah, it was Was it yesterday? No, it was the day before yesterday. Anyways, time's close enough if you ask me. What's up, been blazed? Smoot Smoot Nukem said, "If it's invisible college, why do I see you?" Because this particular college has been going on for a multitude of years through various individuals, and up until these days, it's been something that's had to be truly invisible. Because if it came out into the open, it would be very life would be threatened. And these days seem different. These days seem to have a different environment within them. For my part, for what I've seen other people work for, as far as freedom, as far as living, as far as being able to not be controlled by others. I mean, as much as anybody wants to have an influence in the world, at least in the country where I live in, I'm free to think things, I'm free to do as I desire to, I'm free to connect with any type of historical, religious, spiritual, or scientific information, and I can bring these into a oneness without any type of conflict. And there's been people who have died, who have suffered, and so as to preserve the kind of information and the living that we, I, many others have access to.
And I feel it would be a shame and disrespect not to utilize the freedoms that people have worked and striven for so as to allow this type of information to become visible. You can look up John Dee, D-E-E, is how you spell his last name, John Dee, and also Francis Bacon. Yes, spelled like bacon, Francis Bacon. Um, these two individuals have a lot to do with the reality of an invisible college. A lot of good history on those two guys. Yes, Michael Wardwell, thank you. I love your comment. Well, I've had people make negative comments of this, and I've heard people make positive comments of this. But the person it happened for, it was an interesting experience, and they weren't bad or positive. It was a miraculous kind of experience that blew the mind. Though I work with sound bowls and a gong and other instruments, and I had created a audible ceremonial jam for him as I did, not saying any words, but through the instruments and the stones. And he was a person who actually had previously, used those kind of substances and those hard substances, and he came out feeling as he said he felt as if he was on one of those particular substances. There was no smoking of anything. There was no nothing going on. It was completely natural, and the sound happened. I had another individual. I saw him go through literally we did nothing. It was completely natural. I did the ceremony for him. I this one particular individual. I mean, he was happy through and through. Everything was good and positive. But I saw the experience he was having, and I had to work a little extra to keep him together, composed. And a couple other people in the room were kind of worrying, and I was like, chill out, it's good, you got this. And at the end of it, the dude, like, after he sits down, he winds up lying on the ground. And this dude had not taken anything before he came. We did not have anything while he was there. Not on this level at all. But I saw the dude lay down, and that's when I put down every single thing that happened to him. And I was like, mushroom trip, mushroom trip. That's it, mushroom trip. That's what you just had. I just saw it without having a substance. There are ways to induce the body into trance states of being. Drugs and those substances are fast hacks that have negative consequences upon the physical body in some way or regard. Thank you, Michael. That is meditation will get you there for a lifetime, whereas a substance will clock you in for a couple hours and then leave you screwed off. Yeah. All right, cool. Differently.
And I just gotta throw in, and thank you, Evie. Evie put, you can alter your state without the use of substances. You could alter your state with the use of an altar. Blah, 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 blah. No, completely correct. Completely correct. See, Jojo Umba. Okay. Said, I really love a lot about life, but some days I wake up and all I can feel and think is just that I don't want to be here right now. I know I'm not alone feeling that way, but man, I'm fucking tired of it all. Okay, this is why. This is why I have the room. I have my things the way I have. It's why I've saved money. Said, you know what, screw it. I'm not gonna buy cigarettes or whatever right now. I'm gonna just freaking save my money. I'm not gonna get that extra candy bar or whatever. I'm gonna save my money because I want to get something that I'm gonna have fun with. I want to decorate my life. I want something different. I want to live in La La Land. I go out in the world, I work my ass off, I deal with motherfuckers, and it's a shitty place, and there's no real long term reward. So, guess what? I've been to some theme parks, I've seen some shit in the world that other people got together. So, I'm gonna save my coins and I'm gonna go grab some memories for myself in some different, unique places. Hell, I'm gonna make a 6 hour drive to go to some place that sounded cool, but this is what I'm gonna do. This is the life I'm going to create because I need some happiness in my life. And the true happiness that I can grasp in my life that's long term is what I love. And that means to surround myself in things that I love because that's the only person that's truly going to take care of me, is me. No one else is going to take care of me the way I need to be taken care of. And so by doing that, it truly does help in the long run to learn how to help another, how to truly take care of another. Because, like, once you have your own kind of setup going and your own fun happening, and other people are like, oh, those days come and go. Let me give you a little tip of how to keep your days full for yourself as much as possible. And at least that's just my own little 2 cents on that one. Because the world's not going to change. The world's not going to necessarily bend and do as we desire. However, I've learned a trick or two for myself and to help out some friends. So I like the comment. Put the true alter ego, your persona, on the altar to be sacrificed to become nobody in everything at the same time. Okay. This little dude is me. And so he's had different parts of the journey where he was at different altar parts that I put up and had. And so he journeys around. So I literally do that. Um, I heard you, the hood goth. Um, I've known, I've, I lived with one individual who was pretty much where you're at. Um, they said words of substances I have no clue about. I couldn't even remember how they said it. And they might have looked like yours or not. I'm not into that stuff. Um, I was with one particular individual, um, like not together, but I was living at their place, and I moved in, and my presence with my spirit team fought off every demon that was oppressing them. They, by their own choice, not my influence, by their own volition, they stopped associating with the people who were bringing them the bad substances. Um, they got onto methadone. There was this clinic or this long list to be on. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, as they made this choice in their life, all of a sudden they got on the list while I was living at their place, and they started getting that and were able to start getting off, and they were doing good for a solid 2 weeks to 2 months. They were doing good. Somewhere in between there, I honestly forget how long it was. And they went back to their old ways. Yeah. I've moved in with, there's nothing for me to do after that. I'll come in and I can knock some demons out. I could push them out the way. But if they invited back, man, there ain't nothing more for me to do after that. I mean, that's the person's own choice to invite that back. We went in, fought a battle, won a war, and the person just reestablished a fucking connection with the old way. That's a hit. That's a hit. That's a self sacrifice hit kind of thing. That's not easy. But I do have something I'd like to read for you. Um, I had all that processing, brewing, whatnot when I first looked at your words. Um, so that's still processing. I'll use the bathroom real quick, super fast, super fast. Anyways. There's certain things I don't need to communicate. I just need to. But give me a moment. That's processing. It's a beautiful reading. It's not a long reading, and it can certainly do a lot of positive, good things in your life. But the ultimate determination is I'll tell you what I went through. That's the only way I can say it.
I wound up moving out into bumfuck nowhere. And I only smoked weed, man, but I had a problem with weed. I was addicted to weed, alright? Like, I had a problem with weed. Weed was my solution because I had other problems. So weed was causing me calm. And if I didn't have weed, then I just turned into a terroring menace. At the age of 27, 28, 27, that mystery went away in my life. And so I didn't need weed to calm my life. I'm okay. Smoke weed. I like smoking weed, but I don't have to have it. I'll still be an alright person. Still be a good person with or without it. But I had to go out to bumfuck nowhere and have access to nothing and lose my shit all out in bumfuck nowhere with access to nothing. I was smoking oregano because I just wanted to smoke something. I couldn't even get tobacco. I couldn't even get a hold of cigarettes. At least some cigarettes, some weed and cigarettes, please. Yes, please. No weed, darn. No cigarettes, fuck. Oh man, that wasn't good. That was when I was younger in my teenage years, but that moment popped up and was pretty harsh. But a complete detox, a complete reset is nothing that is going to look, sound, or be an easy walk. You've got to sign up, choose, plan, pack your bags, and fucking take off for that journey because you really want to go and not look back. That's personal willpower. That's a choice. That means you're not the effect anymore. You the cause. You're going to cause a new future because you chose something different. And no one can make that choice except you for yourself. Nothing else will change that. No spirit, no nothing. That's your power. That's your will. And I moved in with one dude. He was at the time he was full on drunk. Full like this dude was so bad as a drunk. If you don't know like how bad it can be with being a drunk, like there could be people they drinking so much that if they literally go cold turkey, they could die. Like they have to wean themselves off. They have to go through a process, or they have to get at least the substitute substance so that they can get off of it. Like that can and does happen to be. That's where this dude was. I I needed a place to stay. He allowed me to stay at his place. Within 3 nights of me living there, within 3 nights, the dude winds up. It was not my influence. I didn't mention it. I don't give a fuck. Shit, you giving me a place to stay and not charging me money for it? I don't give a fuck. You drink 24/7 or whatever. I don't care. Like, you too loud? I'll go for a walk. I'll turn my radio up. Whatever. I don't care. Like, shit. Thanks for a roof over my head. And within 3 days, within 72 hours, this dude winds up checking himself in to a rehab place, gets clean, gets off the booze, goes back to being solid. Life seems to get back to bad. Shit. It's pretty amazing when bad energy leaves. And the only way bad energy can leave is by truly a positive presence. And that positive presence ultimately is going to be your own. And that's why we work towards creating that every single day. It's like going to the gym. Bodybuilder wants to have more stronger, bigger muscles. So they doing more work. They building, they drinking every single day. They go into the gym every other day. They getting back to the gym. This is life now. This is a lifestyle in order to stay progressively building muscle. It's a whole shift in lifestyle. Eating is different. Uh, Working, sleeping, the whole everything gets shifted because we're going to add this as a daily part of our life. And so that's the same way as the spiritual side. That's the same way as truly getting off any substance, is choosing something new to grab onto, saying, this is what I'm working for. And we wind up building the mind instead of destroying the mind. We wind up creating connections instead of allowing those the diminishment of connections. And in those regards, again, that requires personal heart and personal choice to change. I'm not saying you would or wouldn't one way or the other, but those substances do weaken a person's will, their heart, their motive force, and the desire to break free from that has to be, again, be a personal desire. Like, there's been times when I quit smoking cigarettes, and uh, there's a reality. I love smoking cigarettes. I love tobacco. I'll smoke cigars or tobacco till the last day I die. However, knowing that I enjoy it, well, then I can take breaks from it. I don't have to use it every day. I don't have to have 10 of them a day. I don't have to smoke like it's my last cigarette today. I'll get more in a week, whatever. That's okay. I ain't tripping. No biggie. Like, just because I don't have a Snickers candy bar doesn't mean my life is ruined. Hey, at least I got some coffee. Woo woo. Anyways, I'm gonna go use the bathroom right quick. Be right back. Silver Atari 23 asked about a question regarding psilocybin, that they try to use it once a month, that it helps with depression. So they've definitely had positive forward growth on the psilocybin thing, on that portion of like working with it in people and seeing a positive benefit with it. Personally, I see there's massive connection with it and a massive use um, that can benefit us with it. Um, it's important that the body receives plenty of vitamin C and some other vital nutrients, because when the psilocybin is taken, the body is drained, is like those type of nutrients in the body are used up completely. So, continued use of this substance can leave the body lacking and really hurt the body in the long run more than help the mind. With that being said, I have done tarot readings and sound healings and essentially a series of this aspect. And then the person, they had some of the psilocybin with them, and they took that in the evening after this information had been ingested, after we had talked, after we hung out, after everything was chilling, and now the person's able to understand and see. They got some little questions, some things they don't completely understand, but we've been chatting, so they got a really good clarity and sense of things going on, and things they haven't understood before. And then with the psilocybin that they had, that was able to really um, consciously, I talked about this yesterday, I believe it was, but to consciously allow all the information to go in the blender, per se, as if we were making a good smoothie, a cocktail, a new, but a new cocoon for the caterpillar, so as to be able to turn into the butterfly. And so, in that experience, it really came together to be positive in conjunction with other experiences. So I would concur on that level. I've seen people take it as a party substance or something like that, and that's not how I've ever interacted with the substance. It's interesting when I stopped paying attention to this world. I saw that it was taking certain advancements and it was making certain leaps and bounds, and I was just like, you know what? I'm happy as a 90s kid, man. I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna lock into the 90s with a little bit of internet. Uh, it's nice to have something better than good old. You got mail. Can do a lot more these days. But I like to keep my life pretty basic and pretty simple. I had some good old tobacco, got some good old weed. I never got into the dabs. Like, I could do the first time somebody gave me dabs to do, like the weed, like I did it and I didn't cough at all. And the dude did a big one for me. I didn't cough, not even a nothing. And the dude's like looking at me like, I'm like, I hit bongs all the time. This is just like a mini bong. It's pretty cool. So, a little leap to the pin is pretty decent.
is okay for me. I'll go that far. But I like to keep things pretty simple for myself. I don't even care to learn about the new things that people coming out with. I'm glad y'all can talk about it and do what y'all do. I did read the comments there, and but as for myself, no, truly, keeping it simple and staying in connection with meditation, staying in connection with words of power, finding the Divine Mother, and choosing something different, wanting something different, fighting for something different became necessary, became massive. And if you're still there, if you're still here, I know Hood was part of it. I don't remember that. I don't. I know that was Hood was the middle part of the name. But if you are still here, send me an email, and I've got I've got I got some information that can help you out on your journey. It can really uh, make it easier to help you if you truly want to get beyond all of that stuff. It can actually take a leap forward in that direction. It's most powerful spoken by the self, and you can read it at first to yourself within your mind, and if you agree and like it, then you can read it out loud. That sucks. No, don't do anything like that. Awareness is key. It's a true difference between love and hostility. Is awareness, being aware of something. People do things to other to get a laugh, and laughs, they do not need to come at the expense of another. If they need to happen, they can come at the expense of the self. uh, my uncle, he had that aspect of his life to laugh at things, to laugh. Not that he went out of his way, but he could understand it when others did. He could understand why people laughed at things, even though he didn't laugh at them anymore, because now he'd been affected by them. They had a different toll on his life, so he saw things differently. So with youth, we laugh more often. And that's been a reoccurring theme, at least for a second time, is identifying the difference between youth and a little bit of wisdom. That was something that was on my mind yesterday. Is the difference between a friend and somebody just distracting somebody else, somebody causing harm. I've never I've never continuously I never developed the habit to do that to people. It's never in my nature. I say never. Before I was 5 years old, I was a ruckus of a individual. A ruckus. Oh my gosh. If I saw a fight going on, shit, I'd run up and just start fighting and start swinging. That's how I was. Oh my goodness. But at the age of 5, there was a traumatic event that happened in my youth, and I changed my nature. It was like a grown up instantly. Started making sure the door was locked at night before I go to bed. Started being responsible. Started being aware people could feel bad feelings, go through things that they never talk about. Be aware that the wrong action of my own could make somebody else go into that kind of emotional state of being. From the age of 5, I have been consciously aware of these realities on a daily basis. And I see people just running around like chickens with their head cut off, not knowing nothing. You ever seen a chicken with their head cut off? It's real. If you cut it, my grandma, my mom, whoever, they do it. They told me about it. And then I was on a farm and they told me about stories about it when they were younger and stuff. And if you cut a chicken's head off, I'm not telling you to. But when they do, if they let the chicken go, it would just run around without its head. It'll run around. But truly, like being able to identify the difference between, being able to identify a friend is more like having to prove a friend. In the world, what naturally happens is people come into our area of awareness and will either find a commonality, and that commonality will lead to some advantage in life. And at some point, that commonality won't mean as much as the advantage means, whatever it was. And there's something that happens in the whole psychology and nature of the individual when all they see somebody else as is a benefit versus that true friend. A true friend is a person who's going to have that kind of quality from the beginning to the end of being there, of caring, whatever the case. And everything is situational. People hang out for many years, you know each other's boundaries, but they don't want to talk about what they don't want to go over. So things change, they mature, they don't stay the same way. And that's part of the growth, that's part of the journey, it's part of the recognition. There's changing, yet there's stability. but truly getting at being able to identify a friend versus someone who they'd like to be a friend, but they don't know how to be a friend. There's this one person I tried for years to help them. I tried every angle I ever thought of and more, and nothing worked. Not for the long run, short term success, nothing long term success, no long term success. Not that I could really see. And then I asked this person, well, I told him, I said, in my life, I've had a few, but I don't think I don't know. Maybe I've already. Anyways, I asked him. I said, "How many best friends have you had?" Because I never asked them that question. They never told me. They never talked of having a best friend. They never called me a best friend. So I asked him, "How many best friends have you had in your life?" Their response was zero. This person was darn near 50 years old. 50 years of human life, days and years gone by. And they had zero best friends throughout their life. It explained why everything I did failed. Everything I failed because I thought all my actions came from a best friend, but they didn't see me as a best friend. Not one day did they ever see me as a best friend. I counted amongst everybody else as zero. They were in it for their own lot in life, nothing and no one else. Well, I knew the future of that relationship, of that friendship. I saw where that was not going. And I understood why there was so much frustration. They were never a friend. No matter what I put onto them, no matter what I projected, no matter what I did, no matter nothing, it didn't, none of it mattered. Is that why people do drugs to forget their problems? Is that why everybody thinks that I do drugs and makes comments that I do because somehow it seems like I forgot my problems? In order to do as much talking as I do, you see, this is a real trick. So, the person who wants you to prove your innocence is the very person that knows you're innocent. They just want to distract you with something else so that you don't become who you're meant to be, so that you don't inspire anybody else to be free from their grasp of control because you're too busy playing their games at the bottom. So, to keep one's mind aloft and in sight of something more means to grasp on to divine role models. That means having, yeah, more than one God. Because all of nature and creation is my father and my mother and my brother and my sister and my teacher. Everything in the environment, from another person to a tree to the very stars about, from the microcosm to the macrocosm. To pay attention to my surroundings and the cycles of that helps me know my environment. Keeping one's direction in life and not being lost by somebody else. How many movies have I seen a character or group of characters walk into and they start taking the substance? And that's where the movie ends. They never have another portion of their journey because that substance left them right in that room they were stuck in. There are things to build our brains and to build our bodies, and there are things to tear down our brains and tear down our bodies, and all of that information can be looked up at a click or two on your device at hand.
You have all the information that a king would have at their fingertips. You're like, oh, I don't run these facilities and have planes and jets. A king of the past could guide the future of their nation because they knew what the stars were doing. They could see what the environment was happening. They could see these people were collecting information and reporting. And you can go online and you can tap into satellites in outer space and audio device listenings in the ocean, use seismology of the planet and all sorts of things. Live regular feed data. You have the information to be a king at your fingertips. If you do not use it, then you cannot exercise your ability as a king. And if you cannot exercise that, you will never find freedom or liberation from the consistent Groundhog Day life of everyday experience. It takes determination, will, it takes a plan, it takes focus, it takes continued effort. And if you don't want to do that, it really doesn't matter what kind of magician can come in front of you. It ain't going to change your life. I just feel like being a kid, being a dinosaur, going roar. I just play. Shh, don't be too silly.
Take care, Michael. Definitely, definitely. Jojo Umbot. That's great. Talked about the yard big mode. Like, I was driving the other day, and or I wasn't driving, but I was in the car. We were driving, and I saw like a big like hill front of grass of somebody's lawn that had just been mowed. It had all the lines in it, and I was like, shoot, if I had that much space, that'd be really cool to be like, I love you, or put some message. I mean, you see all those lines, you could write a message or something so that it wouldn't be a billboard, it would be a land board. I don't know if that's funny. Anyways, but yeah, with the daisies and the dandelions and the flowers and whatnot, that's I feel you. I feel you. uh, I had an incredible revelation this week at an appointment. I realized that I didn't seek death. What I did seek was for everyone who is problematic to fuck off. Nope. And that's not hard to do. Okay, I'll teach you a different aspect of it. Okay. For anybody that's watching, still watching, or going to be tuning in very shortly, you're most likely a healer. You do good for people even when they don't see it, recognize it, and
they often do not even appreciate it. Sometimes they do. And so it's likely that you've already done an exceptional amount of good for a particular person or a small group of particular people, work, family, friends, whatever. I'm not saying to mess up any mom or dad or anything like that, but hopefully this is something going on outside the house. Though you've offered and you've done, and you eat their shit every day, and you defend yourself every day, and you justify and clarify, correctly so, righteously so, properly so. What I wind up doing is that's in the that's part of the process. I offer everything, the best of the best. Here you go. Wow. And when I see that they don't appreciate that, then I stop offering the advantage. That is now for me. Is for me, whatever the case. I'm not giving that away anymore. There's no advantage to being around me. There's no excess. There's no plus. If you want to hang out and be a friend, there's a plus. But there's no extras. There's no fluff. There's no of what there was. Is my time still good enough for you? Did do you miss what I was doing or offering or giving so that you come and you say, I'm sorry, was I not treating you correctly? Did I do something? Do I need to work on something? Did they come back and say something like that? Or did they just fight and get angry because we didn't give them what they're used to receiving, which was in the beginning a free gift? But they took advantage. They used the free gift. They abused the free gift. It's no longer a gift nor free anymore. Not no more. That one's pulled back. I've had individuals that come back and they want to communicate and they want to work and reestablish, and I'm like, okay, we'll give it a go. Communication is solid. Communication is something I need, something that shows a desire for growth. Lack of communication, denial, irresponsibility, simply fighting, aggression. That shows me the lack of everything that really a good friend has. It shows me that they were just using me for the advantage I brought into their life. It teaches me their values. Whether they understand their values or not, whether they can grasp the full scope of what they're doing or not, that's I'm not there to teach them anymore. I helped as much as I could. They didn't learn. I got nothing to give. And at that point, at that moment, that's when people come up to me and they tell me that I'm need to control my energy, and I'm like, whoa. Actually, what you're experiencing is a lack of my energy. See, before I came into your life, your energy was very chaotic. My simple presence, my vibrational tunage, is going to bring out balance to that chaos. Just natural presence is going to balance that chaos. So when I remove my energetical gift and presence that I offered so freely, that was taken advantage of, when I remove that, one's own chaos returns to them unbalanced. My energy is no longer balancing their chaos. I am free of their chaos. Their anger, their aggression, their upsetness is all their own. Their feelings, their demon, all of that energy, that's their own. They're feeling again. I remove myself. And if they want to build that back, well, that takes effort. My mom taught me this through trust. She gave me her trust in the beginning. And I'd say maybe three times max. I can remember two times, but maybe three times max. I lost her trust. And life sucked without her trust. And that's exactly what I do with people, just as my mom did with me. If I've done something erroneous, if someone has done something erroneous to destroy my trust with them, well, then it's removed. It's removed. And a lot of people don't understand that. They think once you get trust, you get to have it for your whole life. That is true. That's true, La La Land. That's true. Ooh. Not coming into reality at all. That's youth and adolescence.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely created and others connecting with what I was mentioning. Um, I've found that not just it's it's not a tactic, it's a way of life. It's like you come into somebody's life, you have a special ability or talent. I don't know, I'm just you do the talent, you do the gift, in the real world that shit would be the person would never afford it. They never have the opportunity to get that experience, whatever it was. And then they're given that experience on a daily basis, on a regular occurrence as a friend, as whatever. And then they get so accustomed to it that they don't even respect or they bite the hand that fed them, so to speak. Not that they're providing for their life by any means. And so for me, I found that's how people are on the large. Not all people, not all people, but that's where I have the power of choice in my hands. I can see the reactions of people. It's not that I'm putting these challenges on them, it's not that I'm testing them, but yo, when I feel an imbalance of energy, well, those are the cards on the table. Those are the chips that fell down and were cast. I'm just operating with the current situation in front of me, as I know best too. And I know if I don't take charge of my actions, then I will repeat an error, and that error is going to make me angry. That error was staying around the wrong motherfucker, giving stuff to the wrong person. Good or bad, right or wrong, or anything, man. I care about my peace. I care about my. I lost too much. I lost too much. I've done too much. Everything. My peace is valuable. I fought for it, and I'm gonna maintain it. And that was a big portion that changed in my life. But your morning's going pretty good, Jason. Appreciate that. And user been a couple of days I've been thinking of him actually, William the Conqueror. Oh, cool, Jason. It's like I'm getting my coffee ready now. Oh, thanks, James. Likewise. It's interesting how much life can throw at us. I've met some really weak moments in my past, and it seemed, and for me, when I was physically alone at my weakest, a spirit came to me within my mind. No apparition around my body, no physical things moving, but within my mind. And I knew this was not myself. I knew these were not my ideas. I knew this was not information I had studied or connected to, and I wasn't on any substance either. And I can imagine people in this world that never have a connection otherwise, that are alone through and through. And that's the only way we can truly provide a different future from what the past has been, of what others have chosen to go down the path of, is because just by being around, by someone caring, by somebody seeing, by somebody connecting, and that can be avoided. A spirit came to me within my mind, and because some other consciousness was there, my future is alive. How much importance that is for us to each other in the physical. I said it before and I'll say it again. As much as I've helped deceased, disembodied, lower, higher, divine, chaotic, whatever you want to call it, as much as I've helped other spiritual entities, non embodied entities, within the past year, they have made it evident that my charge now is to help the living, is to assist those that are alive, because they're the ones who I've done all the work needed on the other side, the big work, everything else, whatever's getting knocked out or taken care of, however it is, to focus on the living, focus on those still breathing, focus on our children. Because we're here and we can talk and we can connect. It's funny because there's times when people, they ask like, oh, do you see things move or whatever the case, or have those kind of ghostly experiences? And I'm like, I don't need to have them, because I communicate with the spirit. So the spirit doesn't have to channel energy to move an object. They could just be like, hey, could you move that from there to there? And I'll be like, okay, sure. I don't understand why, but I don't, whatever you want. It's cool with me. So they don't, a disembodied consciousness or a consciousness on the other side doesn't need to exert interdimensional uh, 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 force, if they can just communicate and we can work together in harmony. And so truly that is each other. That's how we keep each other going. That's how we keep motivated. That's how we change the world.
Evie, yes. What if you were just thinking about it because someone in the future was going to mention it and you were already seeing that in the past? Okay, this coincides with omens that I see. Like that construct, it coincides with omens, with physical events that other people dismiss, but we all see them enough. And I'm like, boom, that's that one, that's that one, that's that one. And that's going to go click, click, click along with these thoughts coming in. So then I just let the tongue ramble, not ramble, but I let the information flow without trying to put a false interpretation or a wrong thing. Channeling is truly fluid. Channeling, there's levels of it where a person might have to tune themselves out for the event, and there's channelings that are much more powerful than others. But proper channeling, man, there's a coalescence there, kind of like User was bringing out. He's like, dude, you look like my grandpa, like William the Conqueror, great grandpa, whatnot. And I've been having different seeings and sightings, like being alive in those days, and like telling all of my fucking neighbors and my friends and fellow tribes, bro, do you not see that they're destroying our lives? They're trying to replace our livelihood with something else. The way that we connect with our daughters and our mothers and our brothers and our fathers is going to change. They're changing our culture. They're overwriting it. They're destroying it and overwriting it. And if we just lay down, we're going to be destroyed. But if we hold true to our ways, to our culture, to our roots, we're going to have something to pass down on to our children. We're going to maintain those close connections. And sure enough, has it not happened in which man has created systems and structures of living that has fractured the family? So at least for my part, it's that's my channel is the tunage it is, so that we can go in the opposite direction, have a little encouragement to do quite the opposite.
Though most definitely a lot of love to you, Tim. Spirit ain't gone. So much is around, and I find that those loved ones, those are our connections, those are our guides, those are our spirit team. We think of a spirit team, and I see grandpa and grandma and mom and dad. I see family. I don't see a bunch of strangers. We think of spirit team and we think of a bunch of strangers we never met, angels, whatever the case. But I see family. I see family helping us and guiding us. I know one thing is a fact, regardless of all other information. One thing stands as a fact in my mind of existence, that no life, no physical life ends until they fulfill what they were supposed to do. Once they've finished what they were supposed to do, their life can end at any moment. It's done. Its purpose was fulfilled. I had a problem of how could my child die? How could that be a reality? A construct of God, peace, power, all that kind of stuff. How is that allowed? Because they fulfilled their purpose within 5 years of living. They fulfilled it. They didn't have to stay here and suffer anymore. They got to move on and ascend on, and that's all they had to do on Earth. Shoot. My mom and my grandfather, my mom and her dad, they passed away before the age of 60. They passed away while they were in their 50s. That's some shit. My mom was 56. I don't know how old my grandfather was, but I remember looking it up, and I know he had not turned 60 yet. Yeah, it will be good to go for a good walk. It's been raining the past few days. Yesterday it didn't rain though. At least I don't think it did. Yeah. Let's see, let's shift. Where are we going next? Yeah, we could do another. I didn't really kind of show anything up close. I can do another little room tour. That's why I tend to live in my own seeking, my own learning, my own happiness, because I can see unity in things. I can see togetherness. I can see my mother. I can see nature. The mind is truly a powerful thing, and it can create a mass amount of peace for the body for the entire life if the mind is power enough to hold on to its qualities and virtues. But like, this is where, like, I saw a long time ago, like, everybody's else ideas were not something that made me happy. Other people's plans, other people's constructs, what other people work for, what other people fought for. I'm like, that's not the way I want to do things. That's not the way I need to do things. I found what makes me happy and I connected with that. We're so concerned. I used to be so concerned with fitting in with the people that were around me that I lost myself and who I was. And so that's why people kept coming up to me, telling me, be yourself, be yourself. Because I'd be copying somebody else and losing myself. And if you lose yourself, you're worse than Alice gone down the hole. Because you won't be able to find your way back. You won't remember who you were. And when we forget who we were, that's when we do atrocious things and we don't consider how our actions affect others. I talk a lot about disconnecting, emotionally disconnecting from an environment. Well, when I've loved a motherfucker and I learned that they got no love to give back and I ain't getting none back, well, I'm going to stop sending that out. But to somebody who nurtures that love or appreciates it, in whatever way or capacity, then I'm going to keep sending. I'm going to keep nurturing and all that good stuff. But one thing I've continued to search for is truth in my life. And one thing I've realized that people are not interested in is the truth. They run from the truth because the truth is hard. The truth is not what people want to deal with. It's easier to work on something than it is to deal with something on the inside. Easier to work on something physically than to process something on the inside. But what I found is that those are kind of one and the same thing as well. By playing a video game or watching a movie, I think about my problem or my life or the situation going on, the event happening, and I look at it in some abstract manner. Why and how? Because I'm transmuting my environment to describe to my senses
Something beyond my comprehension, something I'm just not picking up. I'm trying to pay attention and find what's missing in the picture. As soon as I can see my environment for what it is, then I can properly interact with it. But as I mentioned earlier, I can project the wrong idea onto somebody. I can be expecting something that isn't present. That's where a lot of my frustration came from. I expected a seed to grow and thus I watered it, but I did not realize that that seed was no good. It wasn't going to grow. So I just had to accept the person for who they are, or what they are, and that is what it is. Not try to change or not try to want to change, but to witness, to view, to observe, to know my environment, to know what is safe for me and what is not safe for me to touch mentally, physically, morally, whatever. But in order to know these things, I've got to get my hands mixed up with them. I've got to get a feel for it. I've got to get some experience. I can't just be reading a book all the time. That's not going to get me too far. It'll give me a good distance, that's for sure.
Differently created what you shared there with your mother at your left side, your family there. I had that same I had that same state of being for a multitude of years. And then I saw them ascend. I saw them they ascended beyond this dimension. Like they helped me and I helped them, and so like their success was my success, and in that process they got to ascend, and there's still communication there. There's still like an awareness and a connection. It's not truly lost, but I know that they've ascended beyond this dimensional reality. They've actually, like, there's a dimensional reality beyond heaven. Like we see heaven as the top, it goes beyond that. It's just like another step on Jacob's ladder, another part of ascension, of growth. It never ends. It never ends. It's always expanding. Just like our universe and like science has looked at it, its expansion is ever continuous, and thus our growth. As the universe grows, we grow, and that just goes hand in hand, so to speak. But I had my daughter. My daughter would be on my left leg, and my eldest daughter, she'd be running around, and my mother, she'd be like up above. That's kind of how my setup was. My grandfather, he'd be there and whatnot, but my grandfather and my uncle, and then they were all waiting for me, busy doing their own things. It's a beautiful sight, and you mentioned how somebody was able to view that and see that and become aware of that, and I was able to have somebody do the same for me and describe the people that they saw around me at that time, and I was getting that kind of confirmation, affirmation, validation, whatever you want to call it or category, term it. Um, yeah, that was unexpected and one of those miraculous realities of a connection with the other side of the veil, with these conscious telepathic oneness, heart to heart, cross of dimensional space, and it's amazing to have somebody validate an experience where you did not give details upon, just like a lot of the tarot and oracle readings and otherwise happenings occur. So, Rachel, let's see, what did I do yesterday? I watched the new movie, The Running Man. That was pretty interesting. Um, I wound up getting a couple access to some MGM channel and like Prime and stuff that popped up for me. Like, I don't know, they had the free 7 day trial or whatever, winds up working out. So I was able to watch some movies I hadn't watched before. Um, whether you like them or not, I was able to watch the last Mission Impossible movie, which was pretty cool. There was a good while where I was really heavy in watching movies and documentaries and all sorts of things of the sort. And I noticed that certain channels, certain things are closed off to me until I've been able to break through and learn my lesson from wherever I am. And wherever I am is not because of something or someone, but it's because my mind is seeking for something else to develop. All right. Phew, in life, we get used to the normal thing, okay? When we're younger, we want something constantly exciting to happen. As we get a little bit older than that, we lose the excitement. So we're constantly looking for somebody that's going to bring some excitement into our life. A lot of what generally happens is that we ignore the negative so that we can accept the positive as long as we get the excitement. What eventually happens is there becomes a sort of regularity in our despondency of needing something and getting the wrong thing. And this becomes an inconsistent regularity in our life, and we don't know how to get the hell out of it. It's like tumbling head over heel, and you just can't, just going down the hill, just can't stop. And as much as I care, and as much as I feel, and as much as I try to assist others, so when that moment's done, when I'm going to engage my own environment, then I'm in my environment of growth, and whatever I did or not, The results are going to be what the results are. People are either going to take it and run with it, or they're going to ignore it and just make fun of it. None of the results are my The results are not my responsibility. I did the best I could with what I had, and that's enough. What about this, and what about that, and what about this, and what about that? Well, that's everybody else's questions. I couldn't cover all of that. I'm not a millionaire. I don't have a business behind me. I don't have all of those resources. Those things are not available for me to do. That's beyond me to ask. And if I was to put forth the effort and do that, and I'd just probably likely spiral out of control and lose myself, truly lose myself. And then I would be lost because no one would be around to help me find myself. And that's life. We do good for people. And as soon as we get into a rut, ain't nobody there to pull us out. So then, for me to recognize this, I had to realize I can't get myself into a rut, helping somebody or not. You ever seen a truck get stuck somewhere and they're trying to pull that truck out, and both of those trucks get stuck? It pulls the truck that was helping got pulled back in with the other truck. Oh, what a mess! What a mess! So I just stopped doing that altogether. I stopped. I stopped. And from my own efforts, from my own growth, just like a tree, produce starts to sprout. That's from the excess. The tree didn't necessarily need the fruit itself, it produced the fruit so someone else could enjoy its nutrients. And that's what we do in our actions. We produce energy, a resonance, love, kindness, happiness, positivity, so that when we interact with others, when we get around others, literally that vibration feeds their life. Quite literally. Ideas, options, non quarreling, non control, inspiration to do more, to create more. No boundaries set for the mind except solid morals to know how to properly respect another at all times, regardless of who, when, or when. Who, where, or when. Thanks, Rachel. I appreciate that. Absolutely, that part. That's a fact. Well, okay, Rachel. Oh, I gotta reply to your email. I don't think I replied to your email. Maybe I did. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rachel. Thanks. I think you did. Uh, Past couple of days or whatever. I don't know. My mind that yeah, pretty friends are good to have in this world, and it's that's what we do is we share, we impart, we learn, we grow, and somewhere in all that positivity, like the future generations exist in a way that is that's interesting. Smells nice, lovely smells in the air. I didn't light an incense. I'm like, did I light an incense? I didn't light an incense. It smells really nice. I know I lit something. Though, though truly, it's like, hmm, for those friends, for those people I've had close to me in the past that are like no longer friends or close to me now, I remember them, and there were certain areas where I saw that people couldn't grow in the past. And so, like, I kept those solid, those positive exchanges, and I let that continue to be part of me, which was like, I never let go of them. I might have walked a different journey, I might have walked a different path, but I still send back positive energy, positive blessings because they need it. Maybe I was able to walk ahead and find some things and send some information back and help them on their journey, and they were able to find it. So many times for myself, I've had people with me every single day telling me something, and I didn't realize that something for years being told to me. And then when I'm completely by myself and no one else is around day after day after day, that something starts to make sense to me. And I found how the Divine Father and Mother, they do that with people. They bring people into our lives to teach us something that we're going to remember. We're not going to learn at that moment, but they're going to teach us in their behavior. And that's how people are angels and gods in human form and they don't even realize it. And so many times in human form, we want to hold on to that physical bond, that physical connection, to where we will fight to keep it. And in our fighting, we destroy a peaceful remembrance. That peaceful, that loving remembrance is where the blessings can be sent. That's what I learned with my mom passing away, was that somehow our hearts were connected, our energies were still connected astrally, quantumly, however you want to look at it. But our hearts were, I saw my mom, were connected, our hearts were connected. It's transferring time and space. I'm seeing realities. Just like when she was alive, she would like she had different friends, and so she would like she would like have me hang out with somebody with one of her friends or whatever one of the like guy friends she had or whatever the case, and I'd be able to learn something from them, like the lesson I needed from a father at that particular time in my life or whatever kind of. She would bring that archetype of a character, that person who had that resonance. Perhaps they had some flaws, who doesn't? Learn from those flaws, polish those flaws off. But those are memories to keep, those are lessons that can be learned from. And again, the learning really comes from us personally applying the lesson, and we do that in solitude. We do that when we're alone. We don't do that in a group. Not generally speaking. If you do that in a group setting, then you need the whole group to keep up the activity. If the whole group's not there, then you fall apart. And to me, that's not stability. Stability, needing a group to be stable, is, it's nice to have the group, but
that falls into codependency, and that's not good. That's not good. To be able to be independent and to be, what's the word? Interdependent. INTER, I think it is, interdependent, which is how everything kind of works together, but it's not codependence. That's not good. So that's why building the self, resonating with one's past, with the memories, especially when somebody passes away, especially someone close to us, mom or dad, or otherwise passes away. We have those memories. We have that connection. And if you connect with their spirit, with their consciousness, if you believe that they are truly still kicking, you'll hear and you'll see their presence all around you in some way, in some form. And that's our direct spirit team. That's our ambassador from the spirit world, from the other side of the veil, from outside the black hole, however you want to see the quantum anomaly of this interaction of the energy and consciousness of souls connecting with souls, body or not, but the astral world becoming more and more worked with, collaborated with. That's how I truly keep my mom alive, because I know everybody else in her life, they had a viewpoint, they had a judgment, they had some sort of thing that got in the way of seeing who Rosemary really was and is, that I was able to see, that I was able to know that people have dreams and aspirations. We try to strive to be something better and greater, and yet we all fall at different times. We all miss the mark at particular junctures. To understand that of each other is to know that, hey, we're going to make mistakes. I don't have to be indefinitely upset with somebody. And if they get into a bad set of habits, may I be able to introduce a new habit to them, or perhaps be able to be some sort of a anomalous showing up so that their life can take a different direction. Some are more positive. We always moving forward in some direction, and that's the reality of all this meditation and spiritual magic, is you can change that direction of your life. If you don't like where it's headed, you could change that direction. Is destiny headed this way? Yes, but we can shift it just that way. We're running into some problems. What we wanted was not working exactly too well, so we're going to just shift a little bit with the energy we're feeling in the atmosphere and find some really good, easy success. I turn somewhere next. Gotta. Hmm. I've been playing some video games. I got my character from like level, I don't know, 100 to 106 or something. 112, I don't know. In one of these games, you can be like level 800 or some crap like that, which is cool. An ever expansive game. To me, games are another form of film. Oh, I think of film. There's a particular movie theater I used to go to when I was younger, and they made it look like a Greek amphitheater, the way the columns were set up outside and stuff. And and that made me think and realize I was like, holy crikey, we still get modern day prophecies. They still come through, but they jump into particular individual writers. One thing turns into another, turns into a film, just like the old Colosseum days, man. I could imagine poets, somebody connected to the spirit gives a play dressed up unusually and gives that prophetic information through a story. A story can be remembered a lot easier than a bunch of technical details. And so that story having a relation to life, then everybody can take it home and remember it rather easily. And that's when I saw and realized how they were guiding a particular narrative. Some people like to profess that they hear God and they hear the divine, but it's only their own selfish mind and heart that they hear. But when things happen that defy logic, that show magical connection, things we've dreamt of, things we've desired, elemental awarenesses, things that no man could have formulated that to happen. And we start experiencing something real, and when you experience something real, everything fake is very obvious. And that makes life very easy to navigate. Because if I can realize something that has substance versus something that does not, well, my whole life changes because now I know what I'm going to grab onto at every single juncture. The something that has substance. That's how I change my environment. Because now, everything that the world offers, if it actually lacks true substance, true value, then it's not supported. It, that's why your personal elevation and your personal growth challenges everything around you to grow more as well. And that's what we're doing through our personal growth. We're growing as a collective, faster and faster and faster, keeping pace so that we don't trip up over ourselves. It's never a good thing to start running and get all your energy behind you, start moving so fast, start tripping up on yourself. We don't need no more trip ups, that's for sure. And that's where I focus on my positivity and where I am, and I'm not seeking, I'm not longing. Because I've experienced so many things for so long now that it's it's a patient waiting and entertain thyself. You know how to make yourself laugh the best. I'll tell you what. Might have to get some ideas from others, but start becoming your own comedian. It's pretty worth it, I say. Yup. Very welcome, differently created, and Rachel and others, super welcome. What's up, Turtle Duck? Evie, that's pretty awesome. Didn't really realize I had been creating sigils since I was a kid. To me, it was just art. Always been very drawn to old languages, runes, symbols, and so forth. That's the reality. Is we wind up creating a magical environment, and this stuff is natural. This stuff is not stuff necessarily to work towards. Some things we gotta like remember and develop again, but this stuff really comes natural. Like you say, you've been doing this stuff since a kid, and it creates our environment. The physical things creates our environment. It tells the spirits, it tells the invisible world, it gives our attention and our focus. If all I'm looking at is one book, then telepathically I'm only sharing information from one source. But if I learn from many books, if I open up many windows of sight, then telepathically I'm sharing much more than just a singular source. I'm opening up to life. And that means that I'm not afraid of life. That means I'm experiencing life. I'm literally on the journey. And that journey, it changes. It gets tense. How am I going to eat? How am I going to make it? How is this going to happen? Oh my gosh. Well, we got so much looking out for us on the spiritual side of things. They're going to send somebody onto our path to give us just what we need. I remember I took this 16-mile walk in the desert to go up this mountain. And it was in the middle of the summer, and I didn't take no water, I didn't take no food. There's some spiritual stuff I was supposed to do, and I didn't think much else. I didn't think of anything else. I just grabbed my tools and said, all right, time to go, let's go. Spirit said to move, time to move. And I'm walking up that mountain, I'm just begging for some water, man. Man, it would be so nice if somebody was walking up here and had a bottle of water I could get some water from or something, man. And as I was done with my ceremony and I was heading off of that mountain, there was somebody walking up and they had a bottle of water and they let me have some of their water. Pretty amazing how much pays attention to our thoughts. It's pretty amazing. And miracles can happen if you allow yourself to be in the situation for it to happen. But if you say, no, I'm going to afford it, I got everything, I'm Mr. Rich, blah, 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 it's all me, then if you're never in a state of need, there's no fucking need for a miracle to show up for you. Nobody else got that chance to be that angel embodied. Whoever that was who had that bottle of water walking up on that trail, whether they knew it or not, that's a motherfucking, that's an angel or something divine. I tell you what, because they got a divine transmission. I sent out a desire, a request to shoot, please help. And help came. I've had that happen way more than once in my life, and not something I tried to craft, but just something that happened Johnny on the spot. And you could take a walk in this world. You can go on a journey. You can go on an adventure. and everybody else is going to wonder how you made it and how you did it. You're going to say just a little bit of faith. It's a little bit of faith got me that whole way. I believed. I believed. And for me, that belief really, it's a connection with my mom. I could say Divine Father and God and all that stuff, but it's a connection with my mom. She opened up that connection to the spirit side. It's not something that I just naturally did, but I did something. She did some. Some opened up somewhere. But it is truly our ancestors. I had one person, they asked me, how do I get on the spiritual path? How do I do that, man? I got the wife, I got my daughter, I got my kids, I got my mom, blah, 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 blah. I got the house, I got everything. How do I get on the spiritual side? How do I go on that path? They were really connecting with stuff I was talking about. And I said, shoot, the way they worded stuff and whatnot, I said, if I had the wife, if I had the kid, if I had all that, I wouldn't be on this path. Stay with what you got. You got something in front of you, physical. Keep it. I wouldn't be on this path if my mom was still kicking. She would not have let me make it this far. She would have saved my ass a long time ago. But in order to truly let me journey on, she had to ascend on. She had to move on from this life to the next. That's what inspired me to take on the journey, the adventure that she talked about, but probably would have never happened. So I went on that journey, and boom! What a change in the life it's become. From blue jeans and cowboy, Jehovah's Witness and suits and tie and shit to all of this. A good life is a solid journey. And if you got some God out there that you love to follow, they're gonna love you for going on a journey. They ain't gonna be jealous. Jealousy is not a divine quality. Jealousy is not a heavenly quality in any capacity. It's not good. It's jealousy is listed as one of the 7 deadly sins. If I see something I like, then I can either learn and become that, or I can work my ass off and afford it, or I can develop the skills to build it. But just to see something that someone else has and desire it outright and have those kind of emotions, that emotion to follow, that's something different altogether. I do have Tahuti on one of my walls, so we'll do a room tour. I'm gonna go use the bathroom super fast. I'll be right back, and then we'll do a room tour. But I do have Thoth, aka Tahuti, and Mahat, and Ra, and Alsad, and Hiru, aka Horus or Cyrus, and Nath, and Fred. Aria, and Nuwa. Nuwa is the divine form of the divine light. And Set and Hathor. I'll be right back. To make an altar a legitimate altar, all you technically need is three primary ingredients: a little bit of dirt, a little bit of water, and a candle, a flame. And with those three elements, essentially air is always present. And with that, you have the elements present. And you could get elements from, you get stones or rocks from outside. You can add to it at any time. But generally, an altar is going to be rather small in the beginning. It's not going to be huge and fancy. It's just going to be some natural things. And then as one develops their energy and connection and all of that stuff, then they find a feather at their feet. They're given this particular gift or that gift. And then those gifts become aspects upon the altar and things expand.
So they're tapestries, not carpets. Tapestries a lot more affordable. And then there was somebody that said, I don't have my own room and my family's hella religious. Well, a sigil, a yantra, a talisman. Okay, so what we're talking about is the transference of energy of one's own emotional vibrational energy, one's own frequency, essentially copied, duplicated, not duplicated, but resonating within an object. 4 points represents a corner, represents a square. 4 stones, 4 corners outside the building, turns the entire building into one big magical spell. I just turned my entire house into an altar with outside elements and not even trying. I've never done this. I let somebody else do it. I gave them some stones that were charged up as talismans, and they were fully aware of what they were doing and up to. I've never done it on the shady like that. But if I had to, shit, these days, yeah. Enough people played underhand with me long enough that when I realized the proper ability to change things for the better, then that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, most definitely, like inner child meets altar. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And like, here's how that actually is, in my mind, legitimate. Okay, on the Egyptian tombs and otherwise around the world, but in Egypt, and they find these little what they call Shopti figures. And the Shopti figures were these little pieces, and they were like the workers or the helpers or whatever family, whatever the case with the king or whoever, the priest or whoever was within the tomb. And so, on a very spiritual level, an object created and having a particular shape, there's belief that that animates into real life. There's a connection from one side of the veil to the other side. To me, that's whether it be a childhood looking like toy, doll, or anything else, then it's going to be part of my reality that I, if I enjoy it, if I like it, if it has some resemblance or resonance with me and brings out that inner child, that playfulness, and so all of those worlds can collide with that inner child, with the grown up self, with the with the female aspect, with the masculine aspect, and on and on and on and on. And so by representing, by seeing, by connecting with the various different parts of me and myself, then I'm in balance because everything is seen, everything is recognized. I'm not alone. Myself is not alone because I consciously can see the various aspects of my own being. We are multifaceted beings. We're much more unique than one role: father, mother, worker, boss, owner. We're much more than one role. Human is a vast embodiment. And I enjoy seeing everything that's going to bring me some happiness. And I've removed the things that don't bring me happiness. I've stayed away from the things that don't bring me happiness. It took many years to get to the point where the universe was like, oh, you don't want that anymore. Yeah, nope, not receiving that. I don't care what it looks like or how it's packaged or how it comes. I don't want that anymore. The universe responds, the environment will see our intention, our focus. That becomes our resonance and how we can impact the world, whether it be one person or many people. What we can inspire in someone else can go on to change the entire world as we know it. That whole ripple effect, that whole butterfly effect. The more positive ripples we create, the more harmonious aspects of life we embody, so better chances we have for a good future, for a prosperous future for all of mankind. Thanks, James Walden. Rachel, objects can hold negative energy. Any object can hold negative energy. For instance, somebody had brought me a necklace. They wanted the necklace had negative energy and they wanted it cleansed. The lady who brought it to me was my ex, and I asked her. Like you, like it was for her friend, and I was like, you really want this cleansed? Seriously? She was like, yeah, if you can. I was like, okay. I was laughing because her name was Rachel. Anyways, and uh, and so I cleansed the piece, but to share for the portion of the story that's applicable to negative energy within an object is that this necklace originally was a gift for a relationship. That relationship was beautiful and happy and good, and it provided literal conscious life to be born. And that piece of the necklace was a bit like its egg, its container for life. This energy stored from this relationship over a long period of time created consciousness. And there's more understanding I can share on all of that, but staying on point. And so this consciousness born, essentially I connected with, and I was able to have them join with me, and I was able to help them send on. And so when I gave the necklace piece back, it was there was no consciousness. They actually the lady took it to energy person, and the person was like, "Yeah, it's just a junk. It's just a piece of jewelry. There's no energy connected to it whatsoever." So literally, consciousness became born from positive energy between two people. That consciousness became negative and bitter because of the neglect, because the relationship dissolved. And it took two energies active to feed and provide for this new conscious life, in a term of speaking. And so, even for myself, like in the process of helping this entity, this conscious entity, I required help and energy from other people. So I'd go up to them and I ask them and I tell them the situation, and they would make contact and they would do their work with the being, giving their love and their energy of how they needed it, of more than what I could provide. And then I was able to help them ascend and move on as they needed to, after all in all. And so things that we have are created from the energy we put in it. There are things that I've worn and that I've had a part of me in my body, clothing and otherwise, that I wore for a good long period of time, and unbeknownst to me, they had collected negative energy. Nothing to be cleansed, nothing to be, its lifespan was done. And that's why at particular junctures in my life I've went through loss, and at other times I let things go, left things behind on purpose, because those items had acquired a particular energy pattern that I no longer resonated with. I was creating new energy and I had to just leave the old pattern behind. It wasn't something to fight, it wasn't something to clear, it wasn't something to help move on or anything like that. It was to no longer follow. And in that way, recognizing something in the room that would have bad energy of bad memories would be bad energy stored within it. For me and for myself, I've had way more mirrors in my life, and there's been people and they're like, "Oh, so you work with mirror magic?" And I'm like, "No, I don't." Um, the mirrors that I have and the placement of them, they're always done through Divine Father and Mother. They use them, not me. I don't use them. I don't look through them like that. I like looking at my reflection. I think having two mirrors go back and forth and seeing the reflection go on forever is really cool, and it's got to have some sort of magical connection. But here's where I really do love the mirrors. I have my gong, and I have my sound bowl, and I have some my bells and whatnot. Now, when particular sounds are created, and there's things like different stones in the environment, I have them like laid out throughout, but like, quartz or whatever the case, and the vibration hits those stones, it will amplify the energy within and actually send out a resonance. Scientific kind of stuff, legitimately scientifically verified stuff. The addition of mirrors creates a resonance, and if you can create a particular resonance here and another resonance here, two different tunages going on, now two results will happen. If you do it correctly, those two resonances will create a new atmosphere of energy, a literal energetical atmosphere, which is on the technicality a portal, which is blockage from outside interference. We got negative, we got ion, we got all sorts of shit running through the atmosphere that's not healthy to our bodies. The portal literally is energetical shielding from that negative energy, believe it or not. And so, but the wrong application of sounding, the sound will hit each other from the mirrors and it'll cancel each other out. So, in that type of environment, that type of setting, as far as applying those sounds, stones, and that kind of work, that's right up my alley because that does have an impact upon the brain and the state of our mind, our bodies, how they can heal, and all of that sort of thing. And so, that type of work I'm constantly within and happy to explore. Hope you have a decent night's sleep or of a night of peace there for a second before you go back to work, that's for sure. Was Pesto, if you're still here? No, I didn't tell nobody to go to sleep. I said enjoy your sleep when you get there, or hopefully it's at least peaceful. Let's just stay up as long as you want to stay up. I say. But yeah, truly, that's Rachel. That's what I found is portals are literally energetic shielding. Um, in the year 2023, I performed no less than 84 ceremonies. I like to call them jams because they're rather informal, but for individuals, and they had out of body experiences, full on, legitimate out of body experiences. No drugs, no chemical substance, no nothing like that. Sound bowls. I did not even have my gong. I was using sound bowls and stones, talismans, energy, and that resonance. And I had learned how to create the portal without knowing or calling it a portal per se. It took
time afterwards to really realize what I was doing in totality. But I was creating this space and I was activating it with the use of the sound. And there's been a whole big science that has been verified years after I did this. At least documentaries that I saw and became aware of after the fact. Though I applied these ideas from looking at these tapestries, seeing particular images over and over and over, and holy shit, let me try that out. I think that's what I see happening, literally in the images. And that's what I did. And by doing it, I was having an actual effect. And so for each one of those out of body experiences, I tell the person to stand in the middle, and I have my bells on me so they could hear where I was. And I said, I'm going to go around you. I'm going to play the sound bowl. I'm not going to touch you or anything like that. I'm just going to go around you and just close your eyes. That's all you got to do. That's all the instruction I give. Nothing else. No meditative work, no nothing else. And they would have a full on out of body experience. And afterwards, like one person, they were like, I don't know. I don't know. That's how they responded. I said, tell me, what happened? What happened? And they went on to explain what happened for the next, I don't know, I want to say 5 minutes, could have been less, but they went on to explain what happened. It's very interesting. And this would happen over and over and over, and that was the verification of the reality that people don't need instructions on astrally traveling because their soul was here before their body was born. They've been doing this before. It needs no instruction. Your soul, your heart, your essence, it knows. It just needs a freedom of space, a freedom of bombardment to be able to act as it needs to, be able to do what it does naturally. And so it wasn't me performing a ritual or a ceremony or something for somebody. It was me using sound to activate energy to create a safe space for them, and their soul could actually work and do what it needed to. It's that simple. That's when I had proof. I had all the proof after the year of 2023. I had all the proof I needed to know what I was doing was real. It was not just some fluke, but that it actually had some substance behind it. Whether I could prove it on paper or not, shit. Give me 7 minutes of your time, and I'll give you an experience you never ever had before, and you likely, well, you if you want, you'll keep having them now. It's activating dormant portions within the body. It's amazing if you just have a moment to heal yourself without any outside interference, how much the body can advance, especially if you got some belief within there. And I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it again, but I'm going to talk about the placebo effect for a moment. Now, a placebo effect is that we have a sugar pill. A person tells another person, you're going to get better, and this does all this stuff. This pill's, they're lying to them. The pill's just sugar, but the person thinks it's completely real and some new drug or some new formula that's going to fix some problem they have. So the person within their imagination mind says, this substance I'm eating is going to cure my illness. And then they take the pill and it's actually just sugar. But what their body does under the direction of the imagination of creation is it reformulates the sugar compound molecular structure into the actual solution of the chemical substance that the body required to get better. It transmutated literal matter into something that it was not, and the body got better. That's magic in action. That's not a placebo effect. That's fucking transmutation.
That's why belief is empowered. That's why the dude was like, just have some faith, man. Just fucking believe, and you can change reality in front of you. Everything you think you're sick from, you can heal yourself from it. And when I will go around and use the sound bowls, literally it was the vibration, the energy from the crystals, no interference, that this person could connect with their indwelling intelligence for a moment while consciously awake, hence the out of body experience. And they would be like, and get their download that they needed to in the most positive way. They didn't do that, was just my inaccurate thing, kind of like update, whatever. Like, get their update mentally. Literally, they go to sleep, they talk to me days later, weeks after, months later, whatever the case, and they'd be like, bro, I'm making all these accomplishments and feats and been doing all this stuff. I want to come back and hang out, but I just been so busy, but in a good way. And that's because there was activation codes that they ignited within themselves, and because of that, who could stand before them? For they had been unified within. Everything that had been divided became unified. If you are unified within, you will stand. Where others are divided within, they will fall. That's how they keep walking forward, and you wind up in this groundhog repetition portion because they just got you in the tumbler over and over and over. And that's where I've recognized, that's where I come in and be like, get out of that rotation, bro. Sis. I'm the wrench in their machine. I'm the lubrication, your oil, and in your new software. Whatever the case, I don't know, something positive there. Much love. Um, it's not something I normally talk about or say, but it's a third consistent day, and I haven't wanted to do anything, but I saw somebody else had to make a comment to exactly what I've been stuffing down. So, like, GT, get your shit together. Like, you can't just be throwing whatever you've been throwing out in the chat log. It's disrespectful and not cool. I'm gonna leave it like that. Otherwise, my next option is to do a forever silence where your comments will never show. Like, anyways, moving on from that.
I used to have my sound bowls. I Man, I had a whole set of them for each chakra. Um, and those essentially they got. I was moved from one place to another, and they totally got. That box was legit stolen. Totally stolen. I had a lot of sacred stuff in there. So I've got one sound bowl, but I don't have the proper dowel for it, and I've just lacked the materials to make one properly. Uh, I used to know this guy. He was a mechanic, and he used to. I mean, like I've acquired my gong. You know, I plan on getting a pair of set of sound, another set of sound bowls again. Don't get me wrong by any means, but I knew this one guy, and he was a mechanic, and in his garage he had a tool for every single thing. Now, I'm one that if I'm working on something, like I don't want to run into this problem over and over and over and over and over. I don't like that. I want to work smoothly, and in doing that, I could understand how a mechanic has various amount of tools, like most definitely. You know, for whatever the obstacle is, boom, we got something to get smooth by it, and at least as smooth as can be. And he had got his whole garage was wiped out like overnight, and he was never that same mechanic again. He never worked on vehicles the same again. You know, he helped people out from time to time, but that aspect of his life ended because those things were so catastrophically removed. But for me, for things that I lose, it causes me to focus on something else with. I wound up taking my gong and I utilize that, and I turn that into one of my greatest talismans, one of my most powerful talismans. This gong is pretty effective. Uh, Not just for the sound that it resonates, but the actual energy transmuted into the steel, the bronze, brass, whatever itself. Birds are pretty. Birds are. I've seen flight patterns of birds change and shift where I've been, and it's pretty interesting because when one's resonance starts to attune to divine law and order, to follow in the spirit more than following a human, the
that effect where the animals come around, it becomes more frequent. They connect more because they can feel that presence, that innocence. They're in tune with the spirit. They're expressions of the very elements themselves. Intelligence connects creation. I tell you what, I've found consciousness inside of stone objects. As that be the case, there is definitely consciousness in animals all around us, and they can feel and sense our vibration. They can see dimensional realities that we don't connect with. Some we need machines to pick up what they're actually processing. We have to decode their transmissions. It's what life requires. It's what real ET communication requires, is paying attention to your environment and seeing it shift from electrical to wind to sound. And as mentioned earlier, if you want to make an altar, it takes three items: water, candle, flame, controlled flame. Don't want to get it out. Could be an oil lamp, whatever. But water, dirt, soil, and flame. Because air is always present. And if you got a flame going and there's some air hitting the flame in any regard, moving left and right, well, there's obviously your significance of air, as air is always present. Hopefully, without air, then certainly can't have the flame, right? So 3 equals 4, which creates 5. The quintessence, which is you, electrical, magnetical being. And to have something to visually represent that, as in the natural elements themselves. Heck, everybody has access to dirt, hopefully, and walk outside. And if you don't have access to water, I don't know how you're still making it. So, those 3 are pretty simple: 3, 4, 5. Helps you connect with moving from the third dimensional connection to a fifth dimensional reality. And that fifth dimensional reality is a divine consideration of life and of things around us, not just the like and hate, not just the good and bad, but that's life and it needs to be honored and respected in some regard. I understand its state of being. I'm either going to help it move forward or get out of its way, one or the other. We elevate beyond conflict. That's divinity. That's God and man, is that we have arisen beyond conflict. We don't need a story of conflict to teach us not to be conflicting, like in fighting and destroying. That's our evolution. That's where we go next. That's how we get beyond destroying ourselves. Because what we've been doing doesn't work. Not for the longevity of our planet, of our ultimate home. And if we destroy the one we're on, hell, even if we could start another planet up, we just gonna destroy that one too. We need to learn our lesson. Or else we're just gonna be a bunch of planet killers, going from one place, using it up and destroying it to the next. We can find the balance in nature and respect it for what it is and make things last much longer than what we've been doing. I don't know about you. I don't know. I'll play some video games or something today. I don't know. I usually say I'll play some video games, and then I play like 10 minutes of it, and then I'm like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, just do something else. Do something constructive.
Oh, that's cool. Welcome, welcome. Forsaken King, I was going back up to your comment, seeing how you're going to the park and with the rabbits and with the bunnies and whatnot, squirrels. Yeah, yeah, you are. It's literally the effect we wind up having because that's the resonance they're picking up on. That's why somebody else comes around and they'll run and duck out or move away. But if it's just us, they're gonna hang out because they feel that resonance. That's that's a real thing. That's a real, yeah. They feel safe around you. It's definitely a good thing. I mean, that's in the old days, you believe it or not, or agree or not, or argue it or not, or whatever the case, plenty enough in any direction. The temples of old were places of healing. You went to the temple because it allowed you to heal. They had different technologies. They had the ability of the portal like energies. The whole freaking temple was one huge portal, so the body could literally rebuild itself in that place because of the positive energy being built, the restorative energy being transferred from the body to the elements every single day. Temples were places of true healing. And when you think about that construct of the rabbits, the animals coming around, the resonance of the body, that's what I found in doing is the shamanic path is like we would have went to these different temples. We would have not just went there to heal, although that would have been part of it, but we would have been able to copy the resonance of the temple within our own structural body and carry that resonance so that if somebody had something that temple was had a special peculiar ability to heal, to focus the direction of an ability with, we could embody that somewhere on our travels for somebody. We could be the tending physician on the road, so to speak, the healer, the true healer, aware, not just aware, but having found a resonance and learned how to take that resonance with us. That's cool. I didn't see her taking off, but bye, Rachel. Went off to feed the ducks. That's cool. Oh, that's funny. A story time. Yeah, we could do another story. Maybe tomorrow. Got 15 minutes left.
post some stories for tomorrow. Or maybe I'll put that movie on, Lego Batman. That's a pretty funny movie.
It's just a joke. I got pulled over the other day, and the officer says, "Have you been drinking?" I said, "Of course, officer. I drink coffee all the time." How can you live without drinking? You gotta have some sort of water in you. I was just being silly. Take care, take care. That's actually pretty funny for Sapien King. So I wish I could get away from nicotine, but last time everyone threw cigarettes at me and said, "Smoke before you do something stupid." That's funny. You know, I'm gonna say that everybody has kind of a different flow of energy in the way they do things. But I've heard a multitude. I've heard one story, which was like secondhand, and then I heard another story, which was like a first-hand story, and like, well, whatever the case, second and third, whatever. But the first story, I had seen this documentary, and there's this old lady, Chinese lady or something, and she was 100 and plus years old, and she was like, "Yeah, I have a glass of wine every day, and I smoke cigarettes." And I'm like, "Whoa, okay, interesting." And then I was talking to this one dude, and he said that his aunt or his grandmother, someone of the family, someone related to him by blood, that she essentially did the same thing. And I was like, okay, we got a documentary I saw on TV, looked pretty legit, and then first, pretty much, relative first hand account, second hand account, whatever, close enough. See, boom. So I'm like, okay. So then I started asking questions about his grand. I'm just gonna say his grandma. Maybe it's his grandma. And essentially they were happy. They were happy. They didn't let anything bother them. They stayed positive and all that good stuff. And so I'm like, and that's the way this lady seemed like on the interview. And I was like, well, I think it's happiness that got them the extra years, the long years. It was the happiness. I don't think the substance actually hurt them. And for my own accounting, I'm just saying, I'm sharing my own to share my own. But my mom did not smoke a cigarette a day in her life. And if she did, it was kept from me and everyone else. But she did not smoke a cigarette a day of her life. That was just, she was not into it. Cancer, all that junk, whatever the case. Like lung cancer was a big construct or whatever to her. And she wound up developing cancer in her stomach lining, got rid of that, and then developed brain cancer. And then they did invasive surgery and then chemo, and she didn't make it long after that. So
The fact that she avoided cigarettes altogether had no bearing on her dying before the age of 60 years old. So, hell, whatever is your substance you're doing or connection to, whatever keeps the peace or one is found balance in, there is no one other to tell them that they should do differently. If anything, we can be a good friend and we can try to become that substance to where they don't need something else. But that's almost folly in of itself. The best thing we can do is be ourselves, be true, be a real friend, be diverse. We don't have to like something to just live with someone. That's what they do, that's who they are. It's not my choice, it's not what I'm doing, it doesn't affect my life. That's on them. Okay, cool. You know, whatever's, yeah, I'm okay with that. Shoot. Problem I have is when I know somebody and they have a bad day and then they treat me bad. Whoa, 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 whoa! I didn't do nothing to deserve being treated bad. You could take that stupid somewhere. That's called stupid in my book, and I don't fuck with stupid. Stupid, go on. You gonna be at the whim of your moods? I'm not. Not me. I'm not subject to that anymore. I know how to guide my life. I learned the age old lesson. Damn, you don't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. That's what Thumper's mama said. Shoot. I hope you have a good weekend, Saturday, Sunday, all the good stuff. Shoot. What is it? 20 something. I don't know. Middle of summer, I guess. It's kind of funny because some days they feel rather chilly and some days feel rather warm. So it's been an interesting summer. I don't know about yourself, but hopefully you're in a place where it hasn't been too devastatedly affected, and certainly aware of the. If you haven't heard about it or known about it, there was like four major earthquakes that went off within 24 hours, and so certainly like the death toll is up there and problems and shit's going on in the world. That's for sure. That is for sure. Whoa. I'm Forsaken Kings. You're up to 4 packs a day. Whoa. Like at the most, like I'll go through a pack a day in my past, but that because they were like camels and they were like the Turkish gold ones because they light and taste good and everything. You barely notice you even have one. Anyways, and but like that was a rare thing. That wasn't a normal thing, and to each their own. I'm glad you don't have to go through that anymore. You know. But some people are giants in a small body. Or some people are truly angels, soulful angels, and angelic, divine, whatever classification you want to put them in a physical body. And their body can process way more than the average human. Can actually push your body further. You opened up different options, trance states of being, resonance within the body, a shamanic path, um, all of that kind of stuff. And so again, to each their own. How they learn, how they develop, how you grow, how you connect, whatever. So whatever it is you do, because that's what you've become familiar with.
my mom, she had this saying she would tell people, and I liked it. It was a darn good one. Said, imagine you and everybody else, in the room or whatever. Said, imagine we take our problems and we unfold them out on the table, and we're there to trade our problems. Like a poker table almost, and trade our problems. If we all did that, we are most likely to gather back our own problems. I'll deal with my own shit. You keep your shit. Very quick to do that. I know how to deal with what I'm dealing with. That's familiar to me. With what you got, that's not what I've done. And so, to who someone is, to what they've been living with, what they've experienced, learned, and all, everything combined, finding family is truly the rare thing in this world, and that's what I search for continuously. Like, I never stop looking for family. Whether they realize it or not, whether I realize it or not, like, I'm gonna keep on looking for more family because I know there's people like me. They think like me, they feel like me, they sense like me. And so, like, as we are today, like, may things increase in the future in some positive direction. That's it right there for a second. Most true, most true. That's where a lot of us, back in them earlier years, uh, family was blood, and over the years we found family amongst strangers, and to an awesome future. To everybody having a great day, a great weekend, a great month to come, all that good stuff, and sending out positive energy to parts of the world where there's some tumultuous times and events going on. Hopefully, balance happens sooner than later. I love you. Many thanks, many blessings, much love. We'll be here tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or -4 GMT. Um, I love you. Donna De Kauai. Until we see you next time, much love and many blessings.